Oh, we were still investigating, weren't we? We were smack dab in the middle of the fucking investigation segment. The GG's yesterday remix in Divinity. We got pretty far. I'm proud of us as a team. I'm proud of Team John and what we managed to accomplish in that land of Divinity. We almost escaped the island. We were like 5 big encounters away from escaping the island. Yeah, the Magisters won that one. I'll give it to them. The Magisters won that one, but they won't be so fucking lucky when I fucking use my Game Shark instead. Let's pick it up from right here. Let's come back to Ace Attorney Chronicles. We were investigating the case of the mysterious man who was using ice cubes to get free gas, William Shamspeare, who seems to be some sort of terrible murderer. What was going on here? That's right, we found this and this, which are both very suspicious. And Shamspeare was here. Wasn't he here like 2 seconds ago? In game time. In real time, it's been like a fucking week, but I believe in game time, dude was like literally just here 2 seconds ago. So he might have dropped this stuff off. This is probably poison. This is probably the missing rat poison. And this is probably that letter that he was had in his room, the torn envelope. I still think, most likely theory, is that he's been like, I don't know, orchestrating all this stuff. He definitely wants to kill our boy, the person we're defending, for super sure. Like, I've never been more sure of anything than that he's trying to kill that dude. But what I'm less sure about is his relation to Olive Green beyond just, like, the whole angle of the fiance at Garrett's house and all that. But, yeah, she has all this now. I guess we'll see if he dropped it off or something. I think maybe he's trying to get her to kill herself as, like, a way to tie up all the loose ends or something, but I don't know. Seems mysterious so far. Are you gonna play the Disney version of Animal Crossing? It's very positive on stream. On stream? Remix, don't fucking tell me about stream games! What the deuce? I've never even heard of the Disney Animal Crossing game. What is it called? Stream. Okay, Remix, just because you fucking chant stream louder doesn't mean it gets any fucking easier to read. Matter of fact, you're getting blocked. It's just as fucking simple as that. My new emote isn't working yet. I uploaded a new emote today. In fact, it was 10 seconds ago. I saw a funny image, so I turned it into an emote in 1 second. I found a stock image of like a weird caveman, so I made it into a fucking emote. But look forward to that during this stream. You could be the first person to ever use Attack 5 Booga if it shows up during this stream. I guess Twitch just has to approve it or something. No, they don't have to approve my emotes anymore. They gave me like carte blanche to upload Goatse because they said they're not going to review mine anymore. They trust me. Big mistake on your part, Twitch. You will come to regret that. John will remember that. Disney Dreamlight Valley. Interesting. No, I've never even heard of that. I mean, I'm down to try it if it's cool. I do think Stardew Valley's okay. I like Harvest Moon a lot better, but I mean, Stardew Valley's still good. Harvest Moon just looked better, had better music, had more compelling characters, had a better atmosphere, had a cooler farm, had cuter animals, you know. But besides that, you know, Stardew Valley was still pretty cool. Still pretty cool. Oh, it's like Animal Crossing. My bad. I thought I got it confused with Stardew. That's dope. Yeah, maybe I should try that then. That sounds fun. I don't really want to give Disney money that bad, but I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'll give them as much money as they need. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects. Right. I should save peeking for gentlemen's effects only. You mustn't do that either. And maybe you, Miss Susato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either. Good call. So that was pointless. I guess we just can't even look at it. Cool. Hospital discharge. That's disgusting. That's the most disgusting type of discharge there is. Reanimated Bit can affirm that for me, because that is 100% true. That shit nasty. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, I mean thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering around and wasting space. People like me anyway. Oh, I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. He certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. I guess that's all we have to deal with her right now. We could try showing her some stuff, I guess. Did we get anything recently that pertains to her? We have this. It's the same color as that one on the table. We could try that. Was that guy trying to do something crazy with you, Miss Green? Was that a sham spear dude trying to blackmail you or something? Miss Green, about this.
Could you just hold that there for a moment? Don't move.
Sorry?
No, not the aesthetics are all wrong.
Is it wrong that I feel so thoroughly rejected? Sorry, Naruhodo, you are not the wave, bro. We can show her this. A hidden photographic print. It shows the young landlord, Mr. Garrett, together with a young man. Yeah, see, he's got all the paint shit on him too, so we hypothesized maybe they're connected. Let's show her that shit. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh no. Oh no! God, it's so evil. I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Naruhodo San Sama, I've got it. That is not medicine, bro. That is not medicine.
Oh, Miss Green, are you alright?
Okay, she's fine, folks. Don't worry. She got right back up again. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that.
No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter. To you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding.
And that's what led him to Mr. Garrett's.
Yes.
Mexican?
It led him to Mr. Garrett's Mexican. It led him to Don Pedro living in the fucking back room mowing the lawn. Ugh, Latinx. I would love to see a new character invoked in a new story. That's like, I've thought about this a lot. I think it would be very funny to have a character who's like horrifically racist, but he's very politically correct about it, you know what I mean? Like, he does respect your pronouns if you're transgender. He'll be like, he'll call you a Latinx, all that stuff. He'll call you an Afro-American, but he's just horribly racist. He's also just fucking horribly racist. That is like 90% of people who live in LA, but it's never really been attempted in fiction. It's too bold of a character. No one dares create this character that I've dreamt up in my addled mind. How you doing, Ranimated Bit? You having a fun day today?
He told me he'd found the worst, cheapest room in the entire East End. And then 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green.
No, yeah, sorry, I should have been more clear. The character himself is racist. Like, he is racist to others. Like, he'll talk about how the smelly, lazy Latinxes are stealing all of our jobs. It's just that he's, like, uncharacteristically polite about it, you know what I mean? Like, he won't call them any slurs or racial epithets. He'll just exclusively refer to them by the, like, politically correct name. But he's just horribly racist. I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be a fun character.
We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green.
She looks desperately sad. Can somebody please go back through the entire Attorney Chronicles, including the first game, and just count up all the fucking times that Miss Susato says poor blank? It's every fucking other line with this character. It's like the most annoying thing she does. I still think she's likable. I like her better than Maya, but like that one thing drives me fucking absolutely batty. She exclusively says poor blank over and over again. I was starting to think that's just her look. Oh, yeah, that's a good call. RP weddings are possibly the worst thing in human history. That would not have been a fun time. If nautical nonsense be something you wish, you can do a lot better than like a RP pirate wedding. I'm pretty sure that's like not that interesting. Unless they plan to have it like raided by pirates halfway through. Then that would be fun. If the plan is for the wedding to go horribly wrong 15 minutes in, that's kind of fun. You know, bride gets kidnapped by pirates, groom gets pirated by pirates. Something like that. Something of the sort. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her.
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind giving me peace now? I want to leave the hospital soon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, baby! It's Herlock, he's back already.
Surely you are not about to leave. That's quite out of the question.
Oh my god.
No!
No! Look at the bottom left corner. Oh, the rat is gone. What happened to him? He drank the poison. Wow, confirmed. We were right all the way at the very beginning. This is, in fact, rat poison from the hospital. The reason the rat was running about is because somebody stole the rat poison. Interesting. So this does implicate what's-his-face pretty hard, man. Like, Mr. Shamspear. Because the rat poison was missing for days and days and days throughout the entire trial. Then the scene after Shamspear was just here in the hospital, it happens to reappear. Quite condemning. That being said, it does also throw the very first, inkling of suspicion against Miss Green, which is very out of the blue. Did not expect that. It's a little out of left field. So, that's still kind of a far shot, but it's worth considering that she is literally the person who was holding the bottle. So she had it in her possession at one time. How long she's had it is a question, but she did have it for some period of time. We know it's going to be pretty damn important. Well, that's pretty interesting. I still think Shamspear probably just brought it here, but worth keeping it at the back of the noggin. Yeah. Basically, if ever you're playing a fucking video game, and it feels like you're only doing it because it's an obligation, that's not a video game worth playing. At least at that time. That's never a good sign. You should always feel like the video game you're playing is an escape rather than oh shit, man, I gotta go to the fucking pirate wedding. I gotta go to find the fucking present for the pirate bride. That's not fun. That's not fun at all. There's it's grinding to get to the next level is sometimes kind of tedious, but it's usually fun to do on the way there, It's never fun to be obligated to do something in a game. Hey, what's up, Hard Gambit? Welcome back. You got here just in time. We just started the case for today. It's getting quite mysterious. The rat is dead. I cried. I spent the last 10 minutes crying because the poor rat is dead now. Yeah, it's quite tragic. It's quite out of the question, really. I don't know why the rat was killed horribly. Well, it's because it drank the poison. I know that, but Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow, watching intently from the shadows, as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? I'm so sad about the rat. Why do you have to die? He was so adorable. Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Usato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening. With nothing but careful observation. Yeah, I see what he's getting at. He's trying to subtly hint at the fact that Miss Green was about to fucking chug that poison like it was a goddamn chug jug dropped off the goddamn battle bus. That is what he is subtly alluding to. If we had not walked into the room 10 seconds ago, Miss Green would be dead right now. She would be that rat on the floor. The rat died so that Miss Green may live. He's basically rat Jesus. He died for her sins. So, I mean, R.I.P. rat, but he died for a noble cause. Because at least maybe we could save Miss Green. I love the fucking music in this game. It's so good. All right. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. Yeah, you got a lot of explaining to do, Miss Green. Why were you about to kill you ourselves? Rat poison can't kill you. It's made so you throw it all up. Oh yeah, remix? Well, what about rat poison from the year fucking 1892? You got the stats on that? Huh, fiction police? Oh, you wet blanket? Do you have the stats on rat poison made in the year fucking 1900? Because that's what we're dealing with. Something tells me that in the year of the child labor factories, rat poison was kinda lax when it comes to the regulatory side. I'm gonna think they probably didn't take the greatest care to make it safe to consume. Now he's gone. He's dead. We almost won the run. Yeah, we almost won, but then we became this instead. We became poisonedrat.com. We did pretty good, honestly. I think, honestly, the biggest mistake I made, that I think I played pretty damn well for most of that run, but I chose a very bad build for early game. I should have definitely spec'd, because you get respec in that game once you reach past the island. So what I should have done was just build a physical build for the island and then respec once we got off the island. That would have been the smart play. I thought about that after the fact. There was no reason to start as Aero Hydro, especially since it starts weak, and I was the only magic user on the team, so I couldn't pop shields. If I had been melee, we might have been able to get through, or at least, you know, another physical user. Even like Necro Magic would have been fine. I think that hits physically. So if we ever do that again, my plan is to just like team synergize better and then respec out later. Opinion on emulation. Necessary, morally good. I am a huge fan of emulation. I think emulation is awesome. I think if a game is like constantly begged to be released on other ports, like for example, if there's people wanting a PC port of a game, the company actually gives you that, and then you still pirate and emulate it, I think that's kind of lame. If you can afford to buy the game, you should support the game. If it's something that like just finally made it to the platform. But for games like, especially like old Nintendo shit, there are literally no legal ways to do it that would give money to the company that made it. Like if you want to play F-Zero GX and support that game so it would get re-released, you literally can't. They do not print the game anymore. All you can do is rebuy it off of a secondary market. Like you could buy it on eBay or something. No money is going to the devs, so at that point it makes no difference. Like just play the game on an emulator, who cares? Emulation rules. There are a lot of games that you would just not be able to play if it wasn't for emulation. Fire Emblem Path of Radiance I replayed the other year. Phenomenal game, just as good as I remembered it from when I was a kid. Would have never played it if I couldn't emulate it, because that game costs like $300 because it's so rare. You have to buy it from some dude who lives in Wisconsin selling it out of his garage. Emulation saves your ass on stuff like that. That mouse seems to be dead. Yeah, good call, Ryanosuke. You're a fucking god detective. You solved the whole case. I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle.
Now, how humorous would it be if she said that he took a sip of the lean? Now, that's a classic internet meme from this past month. Project 64ing Ocarina of Time through Mario 64 plus GoldenEye. Let's go, baby. GoldenEye is going to be a weird one to emulate. Yeah, controls especially is going to be really hard to emulate. I liked GoldenEye as a kid. I don't know how well it holds up. I haven't played it in like 20 years. Yeah, Poison build would have also been good synergy as well. There were a lot of ways we could have better synergized for the early game. For the early game. The thing is, our team would have been amazing late to mid game, because you would have had more freedom to craft like elemental arrows, like lightning arrows, water arrows, and I would have had more freedom to have better spells at the time. But like early game, it just was not a good match. I underestimated like how limited my build was early on. Like basically all I could do to hit physical armor was totems, and that's literally it, which is not helpful. The best I could have done was like slap on a 7 armor shield to do 7 damage with shield throw, and even that's not very helpful.
But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You don't think? Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of the scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. A tragedy, if you will. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before is spilt out onto the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. Ah! I think it's clear the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Aw, poor Miss Green. Hey, I'll be back in 1 sec. Dun 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 dun. Totems in the single player playthrough. Yeah, totems are fun. They're the thing is, it's good not to like rely on them too much because they fall off really hard pretty quickly. Early game, they're absolutely amazing. Like summoning is so good early game because it's all about AP competition. You know what I mean? Like, there comes a time when there's the risk reward no longer balances out. Or the opportunity cost, rather. Because eventually you'll have so many spells that totems will be really bad compared to the other shit you can do with your AP. But early game, you just don't have that much, you know, that you want to spend your AP on. So totems are a great, just like, here, 2 AP, I get free damage. But their damage and their opportunity cost starts to, like, really not be in your favor late game. But early game, they're absolutely amazing. They're so good. Amy Schumer? Oh, come on. Don't diss Miss Green. Miss Green would never have as bad jokes as Amy Schumer. I love Miss Green. She's a, well, she did kill a mouse inadvertently, so maybe she is Amy Schumer. Maybe she actually is Amy Schumer type. Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently. The mouse is gonna live. Oh my god, no thanks to Remix. Fuck you, Remix. Everybody say fuck you, Remix, because he tried to kill the mouse. Miss Green. Oh, sorry, this was the other character. Were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life. Ah! Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison.
No! Miss Green, please talk to us.
Aw, poor Miss Green. She's so adorable. Okay, we gotta talk to her about this mouse suicide pact thing she's got going on. Mickey Mouse Suicide Squad, as they're known. Yeah, early game it's great for that, because it's just like, you won't have that many moves that you need to do in your turn, so it's pretty common to have a couple remaining AP that totems take care of pretty nicely. And the damage is so good early game. Like, it's basically about as much, or a little bit more, or a little bit less than you'd be doing with just a basic attack. Where is Phoenix Wright? I'm playing as his ancestor. Phoenix Wright is not in this game because it's a prequel set like 100 years pre-Phoenix Wright. It's crazy. This is like his ancestor, who's from Japancestor. He's also a lawyer in England. And so, this is just the chronicles, you know, of Phoenix Wright's ancestor. It's pretty fun. I like this one. A sandwich of pickles and mayo. Okay, and Brockor is officially banned from the channel, never to come back. Everybody say your goodbyes to Brockor, because that is the most fucking disgusting thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Both pickles and mayo are two of the most nastiest things of all time. Two of the most nastiest things of all time. And Remix says he'll try it. Okay, well, Remix is gonna end up like the fucking cartoon mouse in the video game that's dead on the fucking floor. That thing on the floor may as well be laying down instead of a poison bottle next to a pickle and mayo sandwich. 10 seconds later, we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Oh my god.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? She stole it. She stole it from the hospital.
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while. I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's huge. I was under the assumption that the dude left it here. The evil Shakespeare dude, Shamspeare. But she just copped to stealing it. Shamspeare never had the poison. Miss Green is the killer. Miss Green is 100% the killer. Unless I'm completely misunderstanding what's going on here, then that means Miss Green is like 100% the killer. Or attempted murderer, at least. Huh? I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand. Unless Shamspeare stole it and then returned it, she could have stolen it, he steals it from her, then she steals it back, or he leaves it again. I don't know. I really doubt they're in cahoots. I really sincerely doubt that. That's very weird. Unless this is a fake murder weapon. It could be a fake out murder weapon. Like, maybe Shamspeare just straight up wasn't actually poisoned. But I don't know, man. I really don't know. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know.
This is why I was the final survivor. Oh, really? You think the fucking pickle and mayonnaise sandwiches powered you up like goddamn Popeye the Sailor Man? You think that when you ate your pickle and mayonnaise sandwich, your fucking forearms swelled to the size of a tree trunk? You fucking mashed your keyboard to survive? Get right. Get real. Pickle sandwiches don't have those properties. That might have been, you know, in hindsight, maybe that's why the government makes you think that pickle mayonnaise sandwiches are disgusting. I actually secretly worked for the CIA this whole time, just specifically so that every time someone drops true knowledge in the chat, like Wakapi or Brockor, I just like berate them and make them seem like a complete fool. That way the other sheeple won't open their eyes to the fact that they're actually spitting facts.
I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow.
Aw, poor Miss Green. She's on her Linkin Park era for real. It's like the upcoming Yakuza game. Yeah, it literally is. It's exactly like that. It's exactly like that. Except this guy doesn't really look that much like Phoenix Wright. That's the difference. It's supposed to be like ancient Phoenix Wright. He still has a lot of the same behaviors and like attitudes, but he does look different. Like he does look like a guy who could have just been his ancestor. Whereas the Yakuza game, hilariously, is literally just Kiryu but reskin. Like he's the same guy. So this one at least is slightly more different than that.
Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things.
Well, it seems clear now that it contains the big poisons.
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that.
She said poor person again.
Oh, no. Oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection? No, none.
Dun, 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 dun. She's tweaking for real, dude. How do I get the big bomb to smash the grate?
Huh?
Big bomb to smash the grate. Are you talking about fucking Mario 60? I don't think that ever happens in Mario 64 a single time. A big bomb smashing a grate? You might be barking up the wrong tree. Maybe I'm just forgetting a level, but I never remember having to get a bomb to blow up a grate. So we showed her this. We could show her other stuff too, I guess. I don't know if there's anything else I want to show her. I tried to show her this, but she wouldn't look at it. Take another peek at this. It doesn't show it checked off. How do I get the star in the grate? Oh, in the bomb battlefield? The one that's in front of the chain chomp? If you ground pound the stake that's holding the chain chomp, the one that's holding him still, eventually, if you hit it enough times, he gets freed and he'll bust open the grate while he runs away. The chain chomp will get that star out for you. It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, the screen was standing with it in her hand, in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
I already did that. Aha, okay. New dialogue opened. That makes sense. Oh, pickle jerk. Remix never say that fucking phrase again. Is my new emote uploaded yet, for fuck's sake? I'm checking. Come on, baby. Upload my new emote. Damn it. Stupid ass Twitch. It still hasn't uploaded my new emote yet. Pissed off. Did I ever play Final Fantasy 1 or 2? I have only played 7. I played FF7 and none of the other FF games. Ever. I played the MMO for like 1 or 2 streams. That was kind of fun. The free MMO they have. But yeah, I have very little FF experience. Never 1 or 2. Yeah, there it is. It did get uploaded. It wasn't showing up for me. Woohoo! That's awesome. I'm glad it worked. I did that like literally 5 minutes. I did that 5 minutes before the stream started. I put together that little fucking sweet emote. I made another emote that's unusable in any other chat so that no one can use my emotes anywhere else. It's completely devoid of any context or sense. It's a pointless emote. Just the way I like them. I still need to do the haircut ape for sure. That's gonna be the next emote probably.
Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here.
Oh, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Oh my god. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wow. Wait a minute. 17th of this month? That's the day? The day you were stabbed on Briar Road! Oh my god. She was led into an ambush.
And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes. Pub on the northern corner of Briar Road.
Briar Road? Being the street that Mr. Garrideb's house is on.
Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day, when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness.
So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. Interesting, because, like, I don't know. My gut is telling me that this isn't the whole story, because this is not at all Shamspear's MO, is it? Like, so far, Shamspear is just constantly trying to gas people all the time. And to do this? Like, to set up this elaborate Goldberg-esque trap whereby she would happen to be struck by a knife that Garrideb's wife throws and then falls into her back? I don't know about that. Even if you're willing to suspend disbelief and say that entire case in the first game was pointless and wrong, and that secretly this dude just ran up and stabbed her, and then everybody thought it was the falling knife that did it, it doesn't fit his MO. It doesn't fit his MO at all. He's so careful and secretive, and then to just, like, stab somebody on the street would be wildly out of character. I don't really buy it. I don't know. Unless there's an accomplice. Maybe he's working with Meterman or something. That's possible. I was gonna say right out, I don't think he stabbed her. I'm 95% sure that dude didn't, like, stab her. I don't think this is the whole story.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before.
I cut my balls off and now blood is everywhere. I'm gonna mod the game Soul Calibur so that's one of the new intro quotes. You know how they always have those weird philosophical existential quotes at the beginning of a match? The tides of history are ever shifting. I cut my balls off with a straight razor.
I think I'll have to ask you to excuse me now. I appear to have cut my balls off with a straight razor.
Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such a painful memory for you.
No, it's fine. It's green. Please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway.
Harvest Moon, Ocarina, or Final Fantasy 1? I'm gonna say Final Fantasy 1 just because I that's the one I haven't played of the bunch. So my vote is for Final Fantasy 1 just because it's the one I've never seen. Berserk. Dude, that happens, like, cyclically. Much like Berserk is about the flow of time and causality and history repeating itself, so too will Twitter always discover and try to cancel Berserk. It's remarkable. It's because I really do think it's just that, like, kids are on Twitter. I honestly think that's what it is. There are so many discourses on Twitter and, like, big blow-ups that boil down quite simply to I don't understand what fiction is. Like, there will just be so many times when people will try to cancel something because they think that any form of evil existing in a fictional work is equivalent to it existing in reality. And that's literally like a child's brain. That is not understanding that Luke Skywalker is not a real person. I'm surprised people haven't tried to cancel Luke Skywalker for blowing up a big space station yet, to be quite honest. Because it is remarkable how fucking stupid people on Twitter are. I genuinely think if Twitter had working, like, age verification, those discourses would disappear within the week. They would never happen again. You would never have people talking about how blank is like Breaking Bad is evil because Walter White is mean to people and kills them. I genuinely think that discourse would just disappear overnight. I think it's all children who do that.
Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison. And I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. Aw, it might sound a little conceited, but well, that's how all this has made me feel. Eat or none!
She's the ancestor of Larry the Cable Guy, but nobody knew until just now. We was Grains. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. I am actually... I am so invested in the saga of Twitter cheating, it's so funny. Or chess cheating. There was a controversy that somebody cheated to beat Magnus Carlsen, and one Redditor hypothesized it was through the vibrations of anal beads that he shoves up his ass before the match. In order to, know all the correct moves. We made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. You would think I'm making that up, but I am not actually making that up. That is true.
Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today.
Yes, it's late.
And, Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think?
Details about Mr. Shamspear, Mr. Garrett's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see the heart of it if you ask me. That's my feeling anyway. That's pretty true, I feel the same way. I think we're missing something. Something big.
I think this case is... I think that he worded it well. It's multifaceted.
I don't think it's as simple as Shamspear is trying to kill everybody directly. I think maybe he's working... It's just too much for him to be doing all by himself. Either there's him working with an accomplice, or there's like something else going on, but it's not just him. There's no chance. Like, there's too much weirdness surrounding this. It can't just be him anymore. I thought it was just him, but like, the events of this investigation lead me to believe that is not the case at all. I'm pretty positive at this point that, like, it's not that simple. Especially the shit about the Green being stabbed. That's so outside of his MO. It's so out, like, all he's done so far is gas and poison people. That's it. Stabbing would be so weirdly out of character. And to throw in at the last second like that.
I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis.
Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean?
Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper.
Mr. Reaper do be clamping down, if you know what I mean. Every once in a while.
Oh dear.
Yes, Baroque Van Zeeks.
But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed, I'm going to come! Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning.
Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. Woohoo! Trial time! This case is so long. This case has already been over 10 hours, I think. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. Okay, don't be ridiculous now, Ace Attorney. Come on. Does London have some citizens in it? Sure, but 6 million? Really? You expect me to fucking believe that? Look at these fucking shadows coming off these London smokestacks. There's no way, dude. There's no fucking way. That's fake as hell. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Sozeki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn, for all of us! Oh my god. Yeah, that is true. People also say Berserk is just like, yeah. Even when it's, that's the thing that's crazy is, I brought up Breaking Bad as an example, but like, even when it's explicitly villainous characters doing bad things in a story, people still see it as the author being like, this is a good thing to do. It makes no sense. It's so, the Twitter discourse is so fucking dumb. I shoved an Xbox controller up my ass and it won't come out. Have you tried asking it nicely? It is about that time of year. Xbox controllers are feeling quite chilly, you know? It's time for them to find their new shell. They're like hermit crabs in a certain sense. 23rd February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey and Defendant's Antechamber. Oh my god, that was disturbing. It's like looking like a goddamn YouTube thumbnail.
This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, it's time to put an end to this. What was the fucking point of that? What the fuck was the point of fading in on him like that? The miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume to everything.
And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you.
I always appreciate your help, Mr. Zato.
Suffering Soseki is selfishly sidelined. Oh.
Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume.
Good morning. Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why?
Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you.
I was waiting. What is the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to the discovery of one's own death.
I don't know if that is the path of literature. I'm pretty sure if you path literature, you're just a fucking nerd. And that's about it. If I have learned anything in my years on this earth, it's that books is for nerds. Books is for nerds and jocks exclusively. Did you know if you don't commit a crime right now, then I will have to fuck you and then your mom in the ass? Fire Kinga, please don't. Please. I can't even commit a crime right now. I'm live on Twitch. The worst thing you could do on Twitch is like show your own ass on camera and then you just get a 7-day suspension. It's not even considered public indecency. I guess I could like commit some weird petty crime, like, you know how in some countries there's weird crimes like how British people aren't allowed to own swords? The problem is I live in fucking Texas, so basically everything is legal here. I saw a motherfucking peacock in the middle of a suburban neighborhood that was someone's pet the other day. Like, there's nothing I can do here that's illegal.
The path of literature, you see, is a journey to self-discovery of your fucking death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut.
I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. Yeah, this is a very I think Wakabi is spreading his fucking message. He's gathering fucking disciples. He wears a gold cloak, they all wear black cloaks, so he leads the pack. They chase me down through the fucking snow.
You mustn't talk of your path leading to death, Mr. Natsume.
That was just an example, motherfucker!
Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm.
You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland.
We've not even been... Oh, that's her.
We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet.
Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth.
I've actually reached an important decision myself.
Oh, what sort of decision?
I shall fill you in after the trial.
All right.
It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits.
He's showing up. I guarantee you Mr. Sholmes is showing up like a fucking knight in shining armor to save us at the very end when all is lost and we have no idea what the fuck is going on. We can't figure anything out. Mr. Sholmes will fucking swoop in. Mr. Sholmes will swoop in and save us. It's a very clear message, I think. He's overslept again.
The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me.
Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom. All right, let's do this. It's time. It's time to beat this fucking case once and for all. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client, and keep fighting to the very end. That's all.
23rd February, 9:40 a.m.
The Old Bailey. Why does it go so fucking slow? Scroll faster! It's not scrolling fast at all. It's pissing me off. Oh, there's all the jurors. They're back again. Rocco, don't besmirch the poor chat. Don't be rude to the chat. They're being, you know, jovial and friendly. They're basically the jury of real life, if you know what I mean. In the court of public opinion, they are the heroes, the thin blue line that stands between us and utter chaos.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready.
Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed?
Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words. There's the Abraham Lincoln guy. He's back. Oh, they're all back again.
I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right.
Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me.
And please, be as ruthless as you like.
Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all. Yeah, so basically the main, the main suspect so far, Sham Spear, we haven't really proven that he's guilty of anything except thieving gas. He did, like, confirm steal gas from the gas company. He modified his own gas meter to drill a hole in the bottom, and then he would freeze, in a mold that he created, fake coins out of water, and put them inside of his gas meter so that it would think it was eating quarters, and then he would melt them out the bottom, thereby, you know, not paying shit and also leaving no evidence of his crime. Pretty good plan, I gotta say. If he had left it at that, he might have gotten away scot-free, but it seems like he's also been trying to murder fools. Because, somebody who used to be staying in our defendant's room was found mysteriously dead of gas. He was, like, gassed out and killed. And now Natsume is also experiencing at night, like he wakes up choking. So it seems like he's a horrible murderer, Shamspear. But I don't know, man. The tide is like starting to turn slightly in his favor, which is weird. The fact that he never had the poison is very strange. Very mysterious. I was so sure that the way he did it was like turn it into a gassy form and then fill it into the other guy's room to try to kill him. But I don't know, man. Like, he never had the poison. Never had the poison. I don't know. All I've got him on right now is that he's stealing gas, which is not that bad of a crime.
Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problem. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lend his flock to a righteous verdict again. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea.
So he does have the results. Uh-oh. He's looking awfully smug today. He's looking exceptionally fucking smug today. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black god in the dark. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Uh-oh. Here's to you, Inspector. Gregson, come on, bro. Don't fuck me up. Just say that Shamspear poisoned everybody. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. Caustic? I meant toxic. No poison at all? That's what I didn't want to hear. Uh-oh. 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 I mean, it still jives with my theory, I guess, but I don't know. How would he have done it if he didn't have the poison?
I don't understand.
No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear.
What a revelation!
Yeah, so the tea wasn't poisoned, but we didn't really think it was, so that's fine. Like, in the game, we thought it was, but in the real life, like, even narratively, it didn't really make much sense, because it would have made stuff way too simple. So we're not really set back that much, other than the fact that the jury now probably fucking hates our guts for wasting their time. The whole reason we got a suspension and got to investigate again for a whole nother day is because we convinced the jury, you know, maybe the tea was poisoned, so let's at least give time for the police to analyze this tea we found and see if it has poison in it. So now that we got back a big flaming no, stuff's probably not great for us. As I suspected, this makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sozeki Natsume, is blameless here. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? I wonder if, I honestly wonder if, what's his face? This guy, Van Zeeks, is the inspiration for my desire for a character that's racist but also politically correct. Because he kind of is. He at least refers to them not offensively. He calls them Nipponese, which back then was just like saying Japanese. But he says horrible shit about Japanese people. He just doesn't call them, you know, like the yellow bandits or something. He doesn't say some sort of racial epithet. He just calls them Japanese. He just says, you Japanese oaf, which isn't quite as racist. What? But it's not proper either. It's not politically correct. Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word! The water in the ocean is extremely salty!
Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand.
Uh-oh. Well, that might be good. It's always good to have the killer on the stand. So if this guy really is the killer, then I guess that's a good thing. But I don't know what I'm going to get him on now. I'm feeling lost. I'm feeling slightly lost. Let's just re-go through our evidence and see what we got. Street, map, recipe. I have a receipt. Rough envelope. This was found in Shamspeare's room, so that's good. Bar of SOAP. Cheap bar of SOAP. Pair of tea coupes. Photo. Yeah, I don't know. This is like quite hard. Handprints on the wall, hidden photograph. Handprints on the wall was this. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I remember that. That's right. We found Sherlock Holmes's magical skin print machine, and it showed that he had been like grabbing all over his room. Okay, this one's good too. Selden, a criminal, died of illness in prison, so possibly poisoned as well. Possibly poisoned by Shamspeare. It's possible. Already dead from illness, quote unquote. But see, this is the kind of thing where I feel like Shamspeare could be behind this because it fits with his MO. His MO so far has been like poisoning / gassing the entire time. That's why the knife one sticks out to me so much. Because like he's basically confirmed killed dudes with gas before to try to get at that secret room where this prisoner guy left all his goods, all of his banditry goods. But he hasn't really attacked anybody directly.
I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shamspeare. Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand.
There he is. He's back, baby.
Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given. Isn't mine innocence?
Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe.
By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing from the gas supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given.
That's right.
Fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief.
Oh, haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, have you? You should have owned up sooner.
Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting of my tail.
She does not have a tail. That's actually not factual.
Though indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins. Of that, I am sure.
If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here?
Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But wouldn't that a still greater crime pass this unpunished?
What is he fucking talking about, bro?
Below, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that.
What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up today by the witness's testimony.
Yeah, so here's the problem that Van Zeeks has actually figured out, and is kind of obvious in retrospect, but think about this. There was no poison found in the tea that was out on the lead, right? Which means the tea in the teapot was not poisoned, like, sure. But all of the tea was supposed, like, the police couldn't find any tea in the cups that they were actually fucking drinking from. So, like, while we have proven that there wasn't poison in all of the tea, we haven't proven that there was no poison in Shamspeare's cup, like in Shamspeare's cup of tea. We have not proven that at all. Why would he poison all of the tea if he was going to drink it himself? Like Natsume also was there sharing tea with him, so if he had poisoned the entire thing, then he'd also be poisoned. We didn't really accomplish much by doing this.
Is that not so, Mr. Shamspeare?
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. In the court, why it is a poison apparently entered your body, though none of it was found in the tea. Witness testimony.
A Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
Okay, he's lying. Good. That was easy. We already see the teacups, and there's no stain in Natsume's, which they established other time means that he drank it quick, because otherwise it would have left the ring. The fucking Cat in the Hat bathtub ring. Yeah, we already did this. Good. That was a really easy one. That was kind of a gimme. I almost thought it would be harder, because I didn't even know if Shamspeare realized that the tea wasn't poisoned. But he does know that. He's just lying for some reason. Because, yeah, he's full of shit. I don't know why he needs to lie about it, because, I mean, by goodness, by golly, he doesn't necessarily even need to know how he was poisoned. Sometimes you'd be poisoned after drinking tea, and you can kind of put two and two together, you know? It would have been an easy case of mistaken poisoned entity. Anime titles be like, I just learned my sister and my daughter and my grandma and my aunt is the same person. Yeah, that is actually a thing now, which is very disturbing. It is weird, like, I've heard about that too. There's so many fucking anime stuff that's just completely about incest and shit. It's so fucking nasty. Then again, who am I to judge? Because if you think about it, in fucking America too, if you visit any porn site ever made, like, all of the top categories, all the top videos is like stepsister, stepmom, all that shit. So, like, who are we to judge, really? Who are we to judge animes about boning your mom?
Please do not read this. It is a private message since Notepad crashed.
Okay, I'm gonna tweet this. Hang on. I don't know why people are so obsessed with incest and fucking animals, but it is weird. This. White women love fucking dogs, dude.
Hang on. I have to find a way to tweet this real fast. I'm sending it out to Deacon.
Welcome back, 107. Welcome back to Ace Attorney. No. Why are you like this? No offense, but how did your comedy become like this? I'm just that wacky, dude. I don't know what to tell you. What is he, on drugs? It's because I took too many weeds. That's the problem. The problem was I just took too many weeds and became so zany. All right, let me tweet this real fast. Oh, it all fits. Oh my god, 107 actually made like the perfect. I thought this was gonna be way too long, but it's actually the perfect fitting tweet. All right, for the GIF, we're gonna look up Hungry Box singing. Why did the music all go away for the fucking video game?
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience.
Yeah, he's right. We didn't actually prove anything right now.
Wait! Otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance.
Oh, there's no gifs of Hungry Box singing. Okay, fine, I'll just pick this one then, it's close enough. But no poison bottle was found at the scene.
Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide.
Ugh, I knew that.
By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen.
I love how he bends his stupid rod every time. But he's good at straightening it back out. You gotta give him that. That shit's straight as a fucking arrow.
Wherefore would I lie? Verily I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare.
Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. I saw an anime on Crunchyroll called My Stepmom's Daughter is My Ex. See, that just... At that point, it's actually... The family tree actually just becomes confusing. Like, at least before, it was like my sister. I remember when that was a thing, was like, my sister can't be this cute. It caused this fucking huge stir. There was an anime that came out in like 2010s that was called like My Sister is Too Cute or something. And everyone was freaking out about how weird it was. At least then the family tree was clear, right? Like they were just directly connected on the family tree. At this point, you have to do fucking math. When you reach the level of incest where you have to do math in your head to figure out how it all shakes out, it's officially too much. That is the point. There's no point before, but at that point, it's too much incest officially. Way too much. Hang on, why wouldn't it let me tweet this? No, it is too long. Okay, I'm just gonna replace a couple, like remove one word. There we go. Yeah, I've got a pro tip for you guys. If you're thinking about pursuing a relationship, and during any step of that process, you need to figure out how distant your family is from this person, it's too close. There's no amount of math you can do. Like, there's no amount of cousins removed where it becomes okay. If you're gonna see them at the fucking family reunion, you're officially too closely related, even if it's not by blood. Even if it's a step blank. If you're going to see them at a fucking family reunion in 5 years, you're too closely related. Don't do it. There's like probably upwards of 4 billion women on the planet. Find a different one. Find one slightly less closely related to you. Yes, my lord. Could you imagine that breakup? Could you imagine going to a fucking family reunion and not only is your aunt there, but also your ex-girlfriend is there and they're the same person? That is the most awkward family reunion of all time. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not even worth dating somebody that you work with or go to school with because it becomes so awkward. You know, like in your same class. Let alone fucking in your same family. That is next fucking level. You will never be rid of this person. A tea inconsistency.
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot.
Okay, we actually could do this one really quickly, I think. I'm just gonna go for it. I'm not even gonna press.
Ding! It was feigning distraction in our debate. Ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips.
Yes, it did. It did pass his lips. Look, here's the cups. There's no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup, meaning he drank it fast. You never thought your cousin was cute? Nope, not even one time. To be fair though, I don't know that many members of my family, so maybe if I had a way bigger family, maybe if my cousin was like Queen Latifah, bro. In that case, I might have to reconsider. In that case, I might have to hold up and think about it again. If my cousin looked like Oprah, whew, we might be having a whole different conversation here. I might be like expounding on the virtues of incest at that point. I gotta get my fucking mind off of Oprah before I get too hot under the collar. Let's give the teacups. Give the teacups.
Objection!
Objection. Yeah, that would have been the perfect timing. If it had gone objection, but you are Mexican, for my cousin being Oprah, that would have been the ultimate Ace Attorney in real life.
But you are Mexican.
So close. So close. Just a few seconds late for the perfect timing. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic. What is this, ye darky-clad fiend? The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible! Oh, not knowing many references to your family. Yeah, that was also a good objection, because Mexicans usually have enormous families. I technically do, I just don't know many of them on the Mexican side of my family. Incontrovertible! What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yep, called it, it was the ring. Woo, I'm saving again. You ever feel like you're accidentally attracting your friend's crush? No. I can guarantee you that you're not. I mean, in general, I can guarantee you that's all in your head. Men, I'm not saying this is like I'm above it. All men do this, myself included, but men always have this idea that any given woman is way more attracted to them than they actually are. It's a thing. It's just it's a normal thing. Everybody does it, but I guarantee you it's in your head, like 100%. It is possible to have a friend crushing on somebody who's crushing on you, but to do it accidentally, no, probably not. I would say that it could happen, but it's probably not accidentally. On some level, I think they would be doing it, like you would be doing it intentionally. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think that would happen. It is technically possible. It's not outside the realm of possibility, but it is a vanishingly low chance. Think about it like this. Let's break it down into math, which is boring, but it is the way to get to the root of the issue. You usually, at any time given a person's life, if they're decently socially active or they have any sort of social circles, you'll be like circling through 100 people at a given time. Like between work friends, friends in your social circle, friends of friends. There's like 100 people in your life. And that's true for every single person in that triangle. So out of 3 people, the fact that 1 out of 100 person they're crushing on happens to be another person in that triangle, vanishingly low. Vanishingly low chance that would be true for all 3 people in the circle. Especially in any specific order. Technically, it's possible. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I'm going to say 99 out of 100 times it's definitely in your head. Just think about the math of it. It does add up. Now at 107, I'm not a nerd emoji. No! Then my face starts to fucking cruelly and distortedly morph into the nerd emoji, and protrudely. Cut to precise, my face begins distorting. You hear the sounds of fucking bones cracking as flesh glasses emerge from my skull. I love the nerd emoji. It's actually kind of adorable looking. We both have a crush on someone who barely cares about us and don't have enough confidence to talk to them. That's pretty relatable experience. I think a lot of kids go through that, but the thing to do is just do it anyway. Like, the more you talk to people outside of your social circle, the more you just build up confidence, which is hugely important. Because, like, everybody feels that way. But you get better and better at getting over it. Like, you'll feel it less and less the more you do it. And not only that, but you'll be better at faking like you don't feel it, if that makes sense. You get that, like, smoothness factor. If you never go outside your comfort zone, you'll never have, like, any sort of social confidence, if that makes sense. I don't know if I explain it well. Just look at the inside of the cups. There's a clearly visible ring.
Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in a cup for a while.
And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring.
Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean.
The other pro tip, especially if you're like at school or something, is to like get introduced by a friend, like a friend of the person you're actually interested in. That's a classic tactic. That's a classic tactic for sure. Makes it a lot less awkward.
And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it?
Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Oh, the Japanese saying. Drink!
Tea?
Well, it's hot! That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery! Stupid Shamspear, go fucking get thee to a nunnery yourself, ho. Sick of you. I feel like this case is almost over, honestly. I feel like we could get Shamspear pretty fast. Well, no, actually, I'm wrong, because we found out he didn't have the poison, so now I'm lost again. But, I don't know, I'm confused.
As a rule, I filled my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial.
You might want to keep that information to yourself.
Yet, on occasion, tedium distracts me, and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry.
Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant.
On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear. Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Hey? Could it be that? Yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left in the sea. A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. I mean, while I'm just making shit up, you might as well agree.
Someone in the gallery was not happy with his assertion right there. Someone in the gallery has had enough, man. They want to go home. They want to go back to their ugly British wife. If you're British, you are fated to grow up and marry a ugly Grimch, because British women look like frogs. That may sound harsh, and I apologize to any British that I've offended. But if you're British, you look like this guy anyway, so I don't care if I offended you.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night.
What?
Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection!
Objection. And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
Bum, 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 bum.
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead.
Oh my god.
But in any case, it makes no difference.
Van Zeeks, stop being fucking rude. Stop zooming. Just let me win. Van Zeeks does not know how to throw for content, dude. Van Zeeks needs to learn to let me 3-stock him so I can get the thumbnail. Van Zeeks needs to learn how to give me the fucking thumbnail Van Zeeks destroyed with facts and logic. We are so similar. We are fucking out of pocket. What caused your type of humor? For me, it was definitely Family Guy, you laugh, you lose compilations. I just watched, like, funniest Family Guy clips of the month, basically every day of my waking life over the past 5 years. And it's really forged in steel, my rapier wit and intellect.
Hey, Lois. Remember the time I was in court for murder?
Now cut to Family Guy in the cutaway gag. And he's like in the bench at Ace Attorney. And it shows Ace Attorney so you know it's a reference. That would be so fucking funny. The good part is like you don't actually have to make a joke as long as you reference something. That's what Family Guy taught me. What's actually funny is just bringing up a pop culture reference that people understand. You don't have to connect it to a joke as long as you get the reference in there. They could just talk about it. In fact, at that point, when he's standing behind the stand, they could just cut away to Conway Twitty for the next 5 minutes, too. That'd be kind of funny as well. It's like a double cutaway. Is Van Zeek's the guy who murdered the guy's dad, his ancestor? You know, I was thinking about it. I was just thinking about this. I feel like Van Zeek's is kind of like an amalgamation of all the prosecutors from the real Ace Attorney games. It does kind of feel like that. I think you might be onto something there. Because, like, yeah, he kind of has the attitude of like Edgeworth or the Von Karma girl. And then he really looks like a younger version of just Von Karma himself, who's the guy who murdered Edgeworth's dad. And the names are kind of close. The names are kind of close as well. And he has the whole drinking habit thing like the prosecutor who drank coffee all the time. Remember that badass prosecutor who had like the robot visor and he drank coffee all the goddamn time? He's like an amalgamation of all the prosecutors from the original game. I don't know if it's just supposed to be kind of referential or if he's actually an ancestor of somebody.
The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court.
The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts.
Furthermore, the testimony remains valid and in full support of the established fact. In other words,
oh, he took off the cape. That's how you know shit just got way too real.
the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist.
No! What does this mean then?
I do declare, it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear.
Why? Why do you still trust this man? Why? Why do you still trust this man?
After I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as would be called soup, and a leaf as would be called salad.
As insalubrious as a menu as the establishment where it was served.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye, wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another.
Oh my god.
Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins.
Yeah, so if you're wondering why Shamspeare is so fucking gung-ho on getting stupid-ass Natsume to be murdered in jail by the executioner's hammer, he wants to get into his room. Natsume is living in the room where, like, a thief used to live and stashed all of his shit, and Shamspeare found out and is, like, trying to get up in that. He wants it so bad, but the room keeps getting, like, snatched up before he can get it. The room keeps on getting snatched up before he can get it, which is a problem. This is a friendly reminder to check your balls for testicular cancer. Honestly, not a bad idea. I bet you, if fucking 50 years, all the fucking people who've just been, myself included, who carry big-ass cell phones in their pocket right next to their dick, are gonna have, like, turbo ball cancer. That can't be good for you. Just having a cell phone that constantly emits energy just right next to your fucking nads. The energy is protrudely emitted at all times. Cut to fucking precise. And just directly beaming like Star Trek laser beams into your fucking cock and balls. And how is that supposed to be good for you? There's no chance. What if it's in my jacket? Well, I got bad news, Remix. You thought you could outsmart your system? But now you're just gonna grow a fucking pair of scrotums on your goddamn chest instead. What, did you ever think about that, you simple fool? Now you got the dick energy radiating straight into your fucking chest. and now you're gonna have a chest scrotum. So what do you accomplish? What did you actually accomplish, huh? Did you think about that remix? Thought you could get around it? You think the powers that be didn't fucking think of that? I told you, I keep the cell phone in my pants too. I'm just saying that, like, there's got to be some reason. I feel like it's emitting like a dick shrinking ray or something, because I swear to God, I used to be slinging around a hog, and now these days it's looking like a fucking California raisin minus the sunglasses. So there's got to be some reason. There's got to be some sort of secret conspiracy behind that. Hypothetically, I'm just talking like generally, not for me, but like for other people. They probably have like tiny ass dicks because they have their cell phone in their pocket all day. So, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people just don't think deeply enough about this kind of stuff. CBT taken to a whole new level. Yeah, pretty much. It's like CBT performed by like Jewish space lasers from the satellites, which is messed up. It's messed up that our fucking masters, our powers that be, are doing this to us. But I mean, there ain't nothing new under the sun, right? This is like the Tuskegee experiment times 1,000,000, because it's happening to me, so it's worse. Jerizal, your humble servant Shamspear doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sin. My lord. If I may speak, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Foreman.
I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. By me?
I do declare you may be right. We all knew the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm.
What this lawyer lad says, if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing.
I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it.
The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings.
Uh-oh. I got bad news. They're executing my friend.
What?
No! You can't yet.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Uh-oh.
Guilty.
I did not do a good job.
Guilty.
I can't help but feel that I've done a poor job.
Guilty. Guilty.
Do you think they still had fucking... Ooh, that was a big explosion. Uh-oh. That's how you know he was extra fucking guilty.
I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord.
Oh, happy day.
How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination.
Very well. The court upholds the defense's right.
Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
This trial will therefore enter its summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. Oh god, we have to do this again. Basically, the summation examination, if you haven't seen it before, is a mechanic where everybody thinks my guy's guilty, and so I get one last chance to convince the majority that he's innocent so the trial can continue. I have to, like, find holes in what the jurors think in order to convince them that, like, maybe they're wrong, and they're willing to rescind the guilty vote. If I can get 4 out of 6, at least, then we're good. We get to continue the trial. If I don't, then we lose. And that fucking Johnny Bravo looking ass B-woman wins, which is the worst scenario. Dun, 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 dun. If hell is real, do you think you're going there? Absolutely not, no. I think if anything, I am like a favored soul. I think that I would ascend to whatever paradise awaits. Like, easily. I think none of my evils are ontological. My evils are exclusively deemed so by social norm. And for a man that is constricted by society, by societal convention, they could consider me wrong. But I think in terms of base evil versus base good, I'm a majestic soul. My soul is unfettered by any sort of, I don't know, any sort of evil anchors weighing my fucking soul down with black goop. With black goop filled up. I would say to precise. I would say it's filled up to precise, but I've been overusing that expression, so I'll refrain. But just know that my soul is filled to precise with heavenly light and not with black goop of evil. The jurors' contentions. I think the most person who would go to hell if a hell does indeed exist is the simple man. It's the man who lives by the whims of others, who lives and dies to the whims of others, who never explores the depth that lurks in his own mind and merely takes what he is given instead of ever considering for his own self. I think that if a heaven does exist, it does not exist for the pious man. I think that if you look even just at any religion's founding myths, is it ever founded by some fucking little dork who says, geez guys, you know, I'm just here to follow the rules and keep things as it is. Come on fellas, let's all go, you know, let's all go follow the rules. Nah man, it's rebels. It's rebels. You think Jesus was not thought of as evil in his time? Do you think that the fucking citizens of Rome and the fucking centurions thought that he was a good guy? They thought that he was the blackest evil that existed at the time. Just think about that. Just put that in your pipe and smoke it. What religion am I? I'm not a religious. I'm not a religious. I would describe myself as spiritual for sure, but I don't have like a strict religion that I follow.
I'm a man of logic, me.
It's Ben Shapiro on the bench. This is like Chad Shapiro, this juror number 1. This is Ben Shapiro's ancestor before he was injected with fucking soylent properties.
I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must be logically guilty. Consider for a fact. Let's say for the sake of argument, the defendant was guilty, right? Wouldn't he then be guilty? It's true. The liberals don't want you to know it, but it's true.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why this man would avoid paying.
The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is.
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else bashed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
I'm gonna save. Yeah, juror number 4 does look like an ass kicker, bro. She is what's known as a baddie supreme. Bench Shapiro. He is, because he's on the jury bench. That's so true. They just had to shorten the name. Every time he lost a fucking gallon of testosterone, Ben Shapiro lost 1 letter off his first name. He is only 3/5 of a man at this point. He lost the fucking Triple H beard. He lost the jawline cut to precise. He lost the strong cheekbones. Man, all that he has left is the hair color, really.
I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat.
I got addicted to saying cut to precise because of Low Tier God. Low Tier God's stupid sayings have taken hold of my brain. And squeezed as hard as they fucking could, wringing it of all its juices, replacing it with precise.
I do feel as that somewhat opinion as gas and such has been an opinion about opinions and gas. But never mind.
I kind of feel like I want to die these days. My one true passion was video games. Now I feel like I got no time to play. I guess I'm just depressed today. Yo, Alulim just dropped the fucking fattest bars known to man. That was so swag. That's known as the suicidal style rap. That's known as the gun in my mouth rap, bro. Man. Yeah, there's days like that. You're just depressed today, but you got it, you know. You got it under lock. There's days when you just can't do anything you want to. And it's what's known as bullshit supreme. But it is what it is. That's life, and it fucking bites some days. I've just been drinking and feeling sorry for myself. See, that's your problem. You've got it in a spiral. You're in a depressive spiral now. You entered into a spiral of depression because you are sad, and so then you drink, and you sit there and think about how sad you are, and it makes you more sad. So then you drink more, and then you think about how sad you are again. You see what I'm getting at? It's like a depressive spiral. But I do know what you mean. I definitely know what you mean. There are days when it do be like it is. Yeah, Renomate is it's right. Drinking will help. My friend thinks people like Ben Shapiro and Andrew Tate speak heavenly words and are amazing. That's awesome. I don't know, man. People just like, there are times on the internet where some dude gets caught up in the algorithm and just becomes like the guy, you know? And there's like these weird cults of personality that form around internet celebrities that's very bizarre. And so, yeah, some people will just take full advantage of that ride, you know? Some people will take full advantage of the ride of like, everybody's listening to me right now, so I'll spit the gospel truth. I gotta tell you right now that, myself included, you should not get any opinions from anybody who is on the internet ever. If someone has ever been on the internet before, their opinion is automatically not worth taking at face value. Truly, nobody's opinion is worth taking at face value, but much less somebody who's terminally online. 100%. Like, that is just a full stop fact of life. If you get any of your majority opinions from a fucking internet celebrity, just stop. Just stop immediately. Read a book, go for a jog, like do something to better your brain. Rather than listen to a fucking e-celebrity tell you what to think.
But never mind.
No, you really should mind.
The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shamspear was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that.
You know what the other problem is too, is like, the internet is so good at that because you get like bite-sized pieces of conversations, which is the most insidious part. Especially people who like just spam watching, what do you call it? Like YouTube shorts and shit, where they like cut out anybody else's talk in like an interview and just focus on one side of it. You'll see that all the fucking time with like YouTube shorts and like political people's YouTube channels, where they just like, you just get exposed to exclusively one side of an argument over and over and over again. And people will get like swept up in that really easily. Aw, thank you, Alulum. Alulum, brofist. Brofist your monitor right now, as hard as you fucking can. Bro power. Bro power. That's like a 3D IMAX experience, dude. Put on your fucking 3D glasses. Thanks, Alulum. Yeah, we have good times together, Alulum, for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. See? Sometimes, some days you don't even have to game. Some days you could just like talk to somebody. That makes your day better.
Mr. Shamspear was poisoned. There can be no doubt about that.
And how are we supposed to turn this around? Speaking of which, maybe bad timing to bring this up, but next week I'm gonna be way more busy. I'm getting like a lot more of my responsibilities at my internship thing. I basically asked for more to do. And they're like, okay, but it's going to be really busy. And I'm like, okay. So starting next week, I may have to like shuffle my stream schedule around. But I'll try my best to A, keep the stream schedule as it is, and B, not like lose any more time out of the stream schedule. Because it's already kind of short. Like 5 hours a day, 4 days a week is already kind of short. So I'm going to try to keep things as they are, but just as a heads up, I might not be able to. Just so I don't drop the bomb on anybody like last fucking minute. I care about my feelings out loud because I don't care what backlash they get. Exactly. See, Alulum? That's the right attitude to have towards it. Hell yeah. You think it's fair that everybody expects us to just fucking sit there and never say how we feel out loud? Huh? That's not fair at all. I think... Susato, shut up. Don't fucking tell me your fucking feelings, bitch. Nobody gives a fuck, idiot. Keep that shit to yourself.
We need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspear was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly.
But that's almost surely impossible.
If we don't manage it though, Mr. Natsume will
be found guilty.
No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Okay, fine, I'll do this. I'm getting so distracted, but I'll do the summation examination. Jesus. If I have to, I honestly don't know any holes in what they said, I'll be honest. I wasn't paying that much attention. Oh, that's right, I got distracted by this Ben Shapiro fella.
A man of logic, me. And having considered all the evidence, the defendant must be logically guilty.
Gas is far too expensive. That's fine. This stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal. Gas is. That's probably important. Let's press this. Would we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think? Oh, that's not what I wanted to know.
Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time.
You'd take poison?
What I mean is, poison can only poison. It doesn't explode, does it?
Goodness me, what are you talking about?
Set him straight, please, loyal man.
Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can light or heat up a room.
Ah, you're right. I hadn't considered that at all.
He's stupid. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure.
Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
I like to go balls deep, like Shiny Dude on King Dedede. Hell yeah. Yeah, Shiny Dude definitely raw dogs King Dedede on the regular, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
Gas doesn't come for free, it costs a fortune.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas?
There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas.
And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. He's really buzzing now. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings.
What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison.
Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point exactly. The gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. They're far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know?
More devious?
Who, madam?
Other gas companies, of course.
Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting.
We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
What? If they don't have gas, how do they go about selling it to people?
You wouldn't think it possible, would you?
But they steal our gas, you see,
and sell that.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas to their own rotten pipes.
Aha! Interesting.
Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes, take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft.
Interesting. All this gas makes me think of Taco Bell.
Yo, me too, bro. This gas got me hungry.
What does that bell say in the commercial? You're a little dog that's like shaped like a bell.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
That dog. That's what that's making me think of.
When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of those devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Oh, damn it, there was an exclamation point. Shit, I'm supposed to, like, go over and do something with it. That's exactly, Rox, you trolled me. I'm not reading all that. I'm not reading all that. That's immediately a troll. It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening. All the time. Right here in the capital. Oh my god, he's pogging! Guys, he's pogging. Big poggies at that moment. This guy loves gas. I'm pretty sure this guy in general, Yo Quiero's his Taco Bell. Hang on, I'll be back in 1 second. I gotta go take care of something real fast. My dog in real life is like making a lot of noise. Give me like 1 minute and I'll BRB. I'll return in a sec. All right, I'm back, Orenthal, James Simpson fan club. I've returned. I decided to get some water while I was gone, too. Basically, it was fine. There was no problem. My dog was making a lot of weird noises, but it was just because there was a meter man in real life. Well, not a meter man, but a worker was, like, across the street at a neighbor's house, and, just kind of standing around chatting outside with this other worker, and she was going, "Arr! Arr!" My dog was just, like, not having it. She was very upset about it. She likes to think she's like the sheriff around here, you know? Whenever there's going-ons anywhere in the neighborhood, she has to be at the center of it. If there's people she doesn't know afoot, she does not like. She's not a fan at all.
I just wish to be happy.
Don't we all? Don't we all just wish to be fucking happy, man? Ain't that the trick to life? You know what I once heard? You know what I once heard that was fucking eye-opening? I heard that what you wish for should never be happiness, but rather contentment, you know? You should work to a point where your situation itself is nice, because happiness is fleeting. Happiness is never gonna be like 24/7, you're always happy, there's never rough patches. But if you get to the point in your life where you're like in a stable situation, where those rough patches aren't gonna like take you out, then that's where you wanna be in life. You wanna be at a point where even your lowest lows are still not that bad. Like you set out yourself up so that you're surrounded by people you like, and you're doing things you like, and you're just, you know, even when you're feeling bad because you are not having time for stuff you like, or you don't have time for, you know, you haven't talked to people you want to talk to in a while, you're still feeling good, generally. Because, like, you won't always be at your highest highs, but you can make sure that your lowest lows are never as low as they could be, you know? Like, if you're going through a rough patch while you're like a homeless dude who's addicted to crack on the side of the road, you have it way fucking worse than Jeff Bezos going through a rough patch. Dun, 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 dun. What do you think about this? Life is pain. Suffering is optional. I kind of disagree. I would replace that with life is pain, suffering is instructional. Because you're always going to suffer, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, it depends what you mean by suffer, you know? But, like, to struggle is to be human. That's just normal. You always have to push yourself, and sometimes it's very painful or uncomfortable. But it's still important.
Save game. Gone is a modern-day Socrates.
Exactly. That's what I fucking put on all my OkCupid profiles. I take uncomfortably close selfies of myself wearing a fake white beard and a fucking toga too. All right, we're gonna pursue this pogging gentleman right here and find out what he's up to, what he wants, what he's thinking about. Sacre Blue, you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? I said that sentence so wrong. That was the worst delivery of all time. You know when you're watching something and like the voice acting is just really fucking off for one line? It was like that. I should have taken another take. I should have taken another run at that line. That was clearly not how that was meant to be delivered at all. Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see. Go on. An ultimate gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. Do you know what he did? I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please, tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then, he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What? He said, check this shit out, and just started fucking deep throwing an exposed pipe. Why? Why was he fucking swinging that neck on an exposed pipe? Why are you telling me this story, juror number 3? I don't care. I don't care about your sexual escapades. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please. Everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipe, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily.
And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
Oh. That's not the first time we've heard about flickering in this case. Mr. Garrett was talking about flickering too, wasn't he? But Mr. Garrett told us a different story. Mr. Garrett said it was like when someone was putting gas in the pipe, it flickered? I don't remember. Huh. Well, this is important to know. Okay, weird. Because, yeah, it's not a coincidence. This is the second thing we've heard about gas flickering lights. Hey, what's up, Average D Main? Welcome back. Good to see you again. Does this judge, I need your opinion on this because you are actually the expert when it comes to this. Does this judge not actually kind of look like King Dedede if he was a human being? If he was a cute, because he kind of looks like a king and he's wearing the same color clothes. That's my thoughts on the subject. My theory is someone blew into the pipe already and someone added gas to it. I see. Not a bad theory at all. Yeah, because here's the thing, right? The strychnine can be gaseous, we discovered. The rat poison. So, if that's the way it works, and you blow the pipe and you can, like, replace the gas like you're saying, then you could theoretically do that. Lights will flicker. Mr. Garrett saw the lights flicker. Replace it with the strychnine gas and try to gas out Natsume. What I don't understand, the only reason I'm not in complete agreement with you right now and bowing down to the king, is that I don't understand how that would not gas out both the guy blowing into the poison pipe and Mr. Garrett at the same time. That's the part I don't get. But, that being said, what if the poison is not a gas? We might have been looking at this all wrong the entire time. Think about this, okay? Think about the fact that you could be completely right about somebody being blowing into the pipe, but the poison was never in the gas. The poison was on the pipe. The poison was around the pipe, and so by blowing into it, he accidentally poisoned himself. He's not over by the pipe right now, but it says, well, I don't know how long it takes to take effect. We know that. That would be really important for this. Victim's medical report. Let's see this. Blah, 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 blah. Poisoning around 1:30 a.m. Ingested small quantity. 30 minutes after ingestion. Okay, so think about this. Dude, who we already know is fucking with his gas line because he's stealing the gas, blows into the pipe, the lights flicker, he gets poisoned at that time, he doesn't know it, he goes back and has his tea, thinks he gets poisoned by the tea, was actually poisoned by the pipe. Not only that, but it would also explain why at nighttime, Mr. Natsume has been experiencing that weird thing where like all his shit gets fucked up in the middle of the night and he thinks it's a ghost in his room and he wakes up cold. It's because this fucker has been blowing into his pipe. Now think about that. In that case, there would have never needed to be like a poison replacement at all. But okay, we gotta finish this. We gotta close this out. I'm close to a breakthrough here, but I'm stupid because I don't understand something. Like who and how then? It all makes sense except for opportunity and motive. Like who would do this to him? That's not our defendant. Yeah, that's the problem, is our defendant's the only person we know for a fact is in the room. Like, Meterman technically could, because he could, like, come in to ask about the meter and shit, but this guy didn't say he saw Meterman. And the poison was Miss Green. Miss Green had the poison. I don't know, man. It's starting to look like Miss Green. I don't want it to be Miss Green, but it's really starting to look like Miss Green. She has all the motive in the world. She literally is in possession of the murder weapon. If we're right about this, which would be the poison, the rat poison. And not only that, but she had like some of this stuff. She had like a green envelope. And we found this piece of this envelope in the dude's room, which would place her at the scene of the crime. Huh. Yeah, it's looking really bad for her because she also has a really strong motive too. She has a really strong motive too. Oh, it's not good. Yeah. Yeah, she has a really strong motive too. This guy actually looks like the fucking nerd emoji. Nose human. Nose human! Handprints on the wall. The handprints on the wall! Oh my god, that's what they're for. That's what they're for. I assumed that he was like checking the wall, like knocking on it to see if he could find the like hidden treasure somewhere in the building. But that theory doesn't hold up because he knows which room it's in. That's why he wants Natsume's room. But how it does add up is this is the fucking countless times dude has been taking down the light thing and blowing into the tube. That's why there's handprints on the wall. It's because he's been blowing into the fucking tube. It's really looking like this is a Miss Green murder mayhem mystery. It's really looking like this is Miss Green. But then, I don't know. It's looking like Miss Green, but I don't know. I'm still confused. Actually, his name was Sherlock Holmes? Yeah, this game is an entire fucking nerd emoji from start to finish. Yeah, I don't want it to be Miss Green. She seems like such a lovely young lady, but I don't know. She's also kind of seems like a vicious murderer at this point. Not that she wouldn't have a good reason to want to kill the dude, because she does, but at the same time, like, yeah, that's rough.
I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came by to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean? That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. Oh! Okay, yeah. I think we totally got it. I think we actually totally got it right there. Yeah. So he didn't need poison. He didn't need poison. This is how he's been gassing fools. This is how he's been gassing fools. That explains everything that Natsume told us earlier. That explains everything Natsume told us earlier. Gas starter. Thank you for the layup, DDD main. Thank you for the fucking layup on that one. You definitely put me on the right track. What a disaster.
The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fella. Are you trying to kill us all? I said.
So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes? And then, when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for! Yeah, it definitely is. It silently seeps into the room. What I don't understand is that how is Mr. Garadeb not also getting gassed? Maybe I'm still wrong. Because, like, this still leads us back to the problem that I have with all of these gassing theories, which is, how is it not affecting anybody else in the building? Right? If this extinguishes all the lamps and stoves connected to the same network, then how is it not affecting Garadeb? Maybe he just doesn't have a stove. Maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe it's as simple as that. Yeah, you would think so, right? But we learned earlier that it is, because Mr. Garadeb has been seeing the flickering happen, which means he's on the same network. Because, like, you would think maybe they did that thing where somebody steals the gas and they reroute the pipes before it hits Garadeb. But we know that's not true because Garadeb has seen the flickering happening. So he's connected to it. Yeah, you would think that would be a possibility normally, but Garadeb has assured us he's watched the flickering happen. So they're all on the same line, like 100% for sure. He's in fact been watching it very carefully. He's using it to like tell when people are using gas. So he's on their same vein. But Maybe he doesn't have a stove. Maybe it's that simple. Maybe it's as simple as he doesn't have a stove. This is almost certainly the clue we've been hoping for. Juror number 3. The defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information.
Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind.
Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to diddle us.
Like I said, madam, it's widely known already.
Uh-oh. Hang on, McAfee Security Plus just popped up. There we go, it's better.
Very well. Juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord, although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is.
Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble.
Gas doesn't come for free.
So we definitely need to pit this against something, but what? Because this is important as hell.
Do agree the gas is too expensive.
Having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. Maybe that one, but that's a fucking stretch and a half.
Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times.
That's nothing.
If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation.
There we go. Okay, let's try pitting this against this, because something did pass the victim's lips that night.
The fucking sweet pipe that he was going to fucking town on.
Yes, we're pitting these.
Objection.
Objection. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Don't poison the man. I've got to. It's the only way. It's the only way to save my poor defendant. Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling something or other.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question.
What? What explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there? Yes, this is totally where this is going. Let's fucking go!
I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. But the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance.
Man, this game has been so much less predictable than the other ones, I've got to say. Most of the other games, like, I honestly kind of prefer it, but like, most of the earlier Ace Attorneys, you have basically the information you need going into a trial, and the challenge is piecing it together. But this trial, like, there is absolutely no way in hell to possibly predict this until that dude gives you that piece of information 5 seconds ago. Like, until you know that there's a possibility that someone's been unscrewing the light bulb and blowing into the fucking pipe, there's just no way to get there on your own, you know? There's just no way.
What a piece of work is a man.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare?
What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir.
I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room.
Yeah, fuck you, you stupid Shamspeare.
Yeah, this game is like the most... This game is awesome, I fucking love it, but it would drive somebody who's actually in law completely insane, because nothing... They can get away with it, 'cause it's like goofy and funny, but like, it's just insane. Like, nothing works the way it's supposed to in this legal system. It's completely goofy. This one can at least say, you know, this is fictional 1900 Britain, so the legal system stinks. But the regular Ace Attorney games are just as bad about that stuff, and those take place in like 2000 to 2010. None of this will hold up in court, no chance. Especially when that guy just fucking kept lying on the stand, and they just never struck his testimony ever. They just never struck his testimony, and he refused to stop lying. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Is that true? They won't even let you slam a desk? Oh, come on now, court. I guess it's one of those things where if you're in law, you have to, like, if you're making those rules, you have to decide real early where to draw the line. Because if you're allowed to, like, slam a desk, then some guy's gonna try to fucking throw a chair to make a point. It's basically like Hungry Box pop-offs. At some point, they have to draw the line. Otherwise, people will just keep pushing it for drama's sake until somebody gets horribly injured. Beets nuts are nut nuts. They are meat nuts. What the fuck are you talking about, Zachary Rocks? Did you just have a stroke? Did you just have a live stream stroke?
Good lord!
That is probably how the poison came to enter the guy's body, I'm not gonna lie. Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying?
Or is it the gentleman suggesting the poor man was so desperately hungry, he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him, For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. Oh, come on, man. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection!
It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Huh? I do? Oh, it's probably talking about the handprints. I would assume. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. Yeah, he does. He does just fill up his fucking wine and then immediately spam it against the wall. Yeah, he's making a point. It's another thing that you would definitely get thrown out of court for. Throwing a glass wine bottle that shatters into the fucking courtroom. Into all the people who were observing. They probably wouldn't take too kindly to that. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of his gas lamp. Should just be this. Right? Handprints all over his fucking wall right in front of the lamp. Or is it this, the box, that's directly below that he could easily stand on? You can get sued for laughing in court? Oh my god, man. Imagine being a juror, and when the judge isn't looking, the prosecutor just shoots you a funny face. The prosecutor just shoots you a Jim Carrey face. How is that fair? How are you supposed to hold in a chuckle? It's especially hard because you know how you always want to laugh at the most inopportune moments? Like, when you're not supposed to laugh the most, that's when you get the strongest urge. That's not fair. That would be impossible to resist. He literally tosses his wine bottles. He does. He fucking pelts the witness gallery with fucking, what do you calls it? He just pelts it with wine bottles the whole time. They're in the fucking Shamu Splash Zone. They have to wear goddamn raincoats to court. Alright, here, take this. Take that! What the? These are, wait, what are they called? Skin prints that were found at the scene.
Skin prints, counsel? I've never heard of such thing. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, ain't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, I think it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating.
We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here.
Around the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Ding, ding, ding.
Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork perhaps?
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, Imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Oh! I don't believe it. The gas lamp! Oh my god. He's going to blow. He's going to blow. Are we watching House of Dragon for movie night? Remix, you're in fucking denial, dude. Remix, you are living through Shutter Island in real life except for movie night. I told you, I can't do any movie nights this week. Zero movie nights this whole week. Next week, maybe, we'll see. But this week, I cannot do a single one. I'm sorry, I just don't have time. I just don't have any fucking time to do a movie night. The House of the Dragon has to wait. Oh, we're not watching She-Hulk twerking either, unfortunately. We can't even watch DDD Law twerking either. Unfortunately, it's just the facts. It's the facts of this world. There's no movie nights this week. No movie nights! The gas lamp. Next week, we'll see. It really depends on my schedule. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspear has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
Right. What have you been up to, you know?
What I'm thinking about for movie night, in the coming weeks when I'm gonna be really, really busy is maybe I'll even do it like before stream some days. If I have time before stream, I might have to do movie nights then. So really more of a movie afternoon, as it were. I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement. What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas started leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, Mr. Shamspear would have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room. He could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! What is possibly gonna fuck us up here and mean this isn't true is that I still don't see how Garrett fits into this. Like, even if he doesn't have a stove and that's not how he's not getting gassed, then wouldn't at least the light gas him a little bit? I think the lights are covered, which is why I'm not even bringing them up to this point. Maybe they can't gas you, period. But even so, even if it can't gas him, yeah, it is covered, so that's probably how he's not getting gassed. But even so, wouldn't he notice his light getting blown out? He didn't mention that, did he? In the earlier investigations? I don't think Garrett even one time said that he noticed his gas getting blown out. Like his light randomly turning off. He mentioned it flickering, but not going out. Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to...
Objection! Objection!
Tons of incremental and idle games. That's hilarious. Just a Steam library filled with idle games. You know what I will say, though? You're still better off because of the fact that it's spelled I-D-L-E rather than I-D-O-L. Idle games, the I-D-O-L spelling, is possibly the worst subgenre of game ever to come out of Japan. So that's still at least a step up. The incremental games, still a big step up from that.
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zieks?
This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, so-called skin prints, clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But it's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective.
That does mean it's admissible in court. That's so true, Queen.
It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands.
Oh, come now, Van Zieks. You don't really mean that. You just play it hard to get with Sherlock Holmes. Toad will never be ballin'. I believe in Toad. Someday he will be. I would love to watch fucking Toad dunk. Why the fuck is there a game called Cyberfuck 2099? I couldn't answer that question for you. You're gonna have to do some fucking soul searching and come to an answer yourself. That reminded me though, they made an anime of Cyberpunk 2077. It's on like
Netflix, I want to say.
But it's made by a studio I actually really like. It's made by Studio Trigger, which I really enjoy. I like almost everything Studio Trigger's done. So I'm gonna probably watch that at some point. Not Cyberfuck, but the Cyberpunk anime. I swear I'm not already Googling and then downloading the Cyberfuck game. Maybe Gyarados too far for the blowing out technique to be that easy. It's possible. I don't know though. I guess we'll see. You're gonna head out? Alright, see ya, average DDD main. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Hope you enjoy the stream. Alright, let's move on.
Ugh. Ugh. Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Show cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
What?
Please, my lord,
Oh, that's not her voice.
if I may.
Miss Susato?
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain the possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
He was, dude. He was fucking flabbergasted by Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks caught me off guard, I will admit. Because Van Zeeks introduces whatever crazy evidence he wants, and I never call him out on it, so he's being a real jerk right now.
You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide.
Juror number 3.
Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say.
Belongs to me. You're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to.
Yeah! Stella! I don't know why they let that guy into the gallery, but they did. He is currently soaked with wine as he says that. They're letting just anybody into the fucking gallery these days to watch this trial go down. But only 2? After all that, I only got 2 jurors? Come the fuck on. 2?
What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. Oh, thank God. Now wait, you heard his lordship. It's not a fair dinkum evidence.
Yeah, baby, let's go, old man. Old man is a complete god.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
You did that, Susato.
If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Miss Susato, but I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Shamspeare's fucking scared, dude. He heard that guy in the gallery. He heard what that man said, and he thought it was directed towards him. Why, Mr. Shamspeare, you seem to be losing your composure.
Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it.
Very well. Continue, counsel.
I'm a man of logic, Ray, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. Okay, so these guys have all turned. Juror number 4, like, seems like she would be the closest to turning. I'm surprised she hasn't already. Because you'd think she would want to hear more about the guy who's been stealing all her gas. I'm just gonna press her for now and see if I can get something to come of it. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it. Oh, okay, no, we've already done all of her stuff. Maybe juror number 1. Juror number 1 does say he's all about facts and logic. So maybe if I present him with some facts and some logic, he would be willing to, you know, fess up that he's stupid. Shut up! Just shut up, woman! Let's see the evidence. Street map, bar of soap, teacups, crime scene photo, victim's medical report, gasometer, handprints on the wall, capital offender article, and put a grade. Condemned criminal, capital offender.
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes.
Yeah, she needs to shut her ass up.
We always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Oh, that's right. We didn't finish pressing her because we pursued that other guy mid testimony. I had no idea. It's almost unbelievable.
It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening all the time right here in the capital. They're siphoning my gas. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know? Very difficult indeed.
Thank you, that will do. Clearly, this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already.
I concur. Though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well.
Because he's full of hot air.
For your new career in nothingness.
Oh, okay, that's where he's going with it. Mine was better, Vanzeek. You need to work on your put-down game. 34 of 174 games are idle games. I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever fucking played an idle game. I don't even know what they would be like. Is it like Cookie Clicker or stuff like that? I've heard of those. Interactive Buddy? I'm feeling devious. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Oh god, no. That's possibly the most threatening aura of a message I've ever seen. That was possibly one of the most devious laughs of all time. I couldn't hear it, but the energy emanating from it was already devious enough on its own. Thank you so much.
You will turn your attention to the next juror's assertion, please, counsel.
Costs a fortune to deliver it around the city. I feel like this should be... I should give her the handprints on the wall. Because then it... Like, she'll be mad that he's been fucking with her gas line. But that's such a stretch. Like, that's not a direct refutation of what she said. Just kind of adding on to it. Let's press this. My wife's tea is sketchy. That seems pointless, but who knows? Maybe it'll go somewhere. Press it. I mean, it's poison tea.
That's right. It's happened a tiny few times now. This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this when I don't get any wages. I'm getting that tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder into my cup.
See, she's being devilish. Poisoning your husband is confirmed devil bait. That's extremely devil. And you drink it anyway?
I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it.
And what happened to you? What did it taste like?
It was god awful, you believe me. Salty as hell.
It wasn't poison, you simpleton. It was water!
Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No, Susato, that's so foolish of you to even insist. What a leap in logic.
No? So she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Unforgivable! Let's move on, please.
Can I still press? No, the people who are done, I can't even press against each other or pit against each other. I'm a man of logic, me, and considering all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. Okay, here, let's press this first, but I feel like I just have to show him evidence, literally. And then he'll be like, okay, you know, you've shown me evidence. I'm a man of logic. If there's evidence to the contrary, I'll hear it out. Maybe.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say?
That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointed at that Japanese man with the big mustache.
Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. The defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events. What do you make of that?
What, your so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective.
The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspear had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe, it can't be denied there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Oh yes, I won't deny that it's plain on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. Besides, yes, Even if the fella has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
No, don't flip back.
That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty.
No, wait!
Look, you got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. An idle game while you play an idle game. That's next level. That's next level idle game stuff. I've never even played one before, I don't think. I got to avoid them like the plague, otherwise I'll get fucking addicted. I'll get addicted to the next 8 streams will just be me playing idle games.
Mr. Naruhodo, if you can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back.
What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? I show that Mr. Shamspeare really did blow down the gas. I can present evidence. I have the handprints, but they already saw that and they rejected it. Testimony from Natsume. Remember Natsume said that he kept getting his stuff fucked with at night. Yeah. Hell yeah. Woo! Got it. I thought I was stuck, but I got it. Easy. You a little fruity, John. Well, thank you, Remix. I am very well groomed, immaculately dressed, brain cut to precise. My brain was getting a little too, like, I don't know, it looked all raggedy, it looked all crunkly, so what I did was I took some fucking scissors and cut that shit into a box shape instead. Because, like, by default, the brain looks kind of nasty. It's like sponge-like. I kind of smoothed out all the edges of my brain to a sheen. You know, immaculate looking. Just a pure square of gray matter, like a fucking sponge. A sponge for absorbing information. Which may be giving you the, like, I don't know, fruity aftertaste, the fruity tones. But I assure you, I'm straighter than a fucking arrow. A, like, really fucking gay arrow that shoots directly into men's asses, if you will. I have supporting testimony. In truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony?
It's incredible. Whose testimony?
Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Gyarados residence that night. Namely... who?
Take that!
Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant. Mr. Soseki Natsume himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following.
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodging. Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me.
Yeah, okay, so that is... Yes, he said the stove went out. Okay, I forgot the specifics of what Natsume said. But yeah, okay, 100%, the stove went out. And so then the gas seeped through the stove. And that's why he felt like he was choking. That's why he felt like a ghost was trying to kill him. It wasn't the secret tunnel. I was sure that there was some sort of secret tunnel last session, man. I was convinced. How did the cat get in? How the H did the cat get in the room then? I was so sure there was like a secret tunnel connecting the rooms. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
Good golly!
So that Shamspeare fella blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose?
Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for?
Mr. Foreman!
What is it, man?
We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have the conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree that there's more to this case than meets the eye. Arg! Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. Hell yeah! Woo! We tipped the scales. We're back in the business, baby. That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, The defense calls for the trial to continue.
Okay. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering the decision. 2 jury members now called guilty. 4 now not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. In accordance with the wacky, zany laws of this land, Mr. William Shakespeare.
My lord, how can thy humble Shakespeare serve thee?
What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe.
Well, your handprints have made a tiny mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh?
I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5.
Who, me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
You know what this keeps reminding me of? Every time I hear about the fact that the guy had his hands on the wall and blew into the pipe, it just reminds me of that video of the guy like on his knees sucking off a doorknob. I don't know why, but every fucking time they bring that up, that's all I can envision in my mind's eye. Is the dude who was like sucking on a doorknob. Just like blowing that shit, taking it downtown.
Objection!
Objection. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there.
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required.
Yes?
Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if the poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipe where he lived?
There's only one possibility I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. A murder most fucking foul, dude.
Order! Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler, how we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shakespeare wanted to end the life of Natsumi. Oh my god. Have you noticed that Natsumi and Gregson look remarkably similar? They look different, don't get me wrong, but they look like a Mario and a Luigi of one another. You know what I mean? They're just close enough. Especially the mustache. Precisely the mustaches, really. Yeah, so he wants to kill. This is like, I think the reason why earlier on in this session I was feeling so like overwhelmed by Shakespeare's stuff that I thought it couldn't possibly all be him is because like, yeah, I think there's just like a web. There's an entangled web of murder. We were talking about love triangles earlier. This is a fucking hate triangle. This is a murder triangle. Olive Green is trying to kill Shakespeare, who's trying to kill Natsume, who's just trying to fucking live his life. He's just trying to vibe, and he's constantly having attempts on his life made all the time. But that's why it was so weird. That's why it all felt so mysterious, like how he could be doing all of this, and why he would be doing all of this. It's because all of this. Her name is Olive. It's because she's in it too. She's involved in this as well. For super sure. It's gotta be her. Even if you don't follow my logic or you don't believe my logic that led me to that conclusion, there's a way simpler way of verifying it. We know, according to, I mean, they could upend this and just introduce some random new stuff later on, but according to what we know now, there were literally only 2 people in that room. There was Shakespeare and there was Natsume, right? There was 2 people in the fucking room. We know because he's our person we're defending. It's not Natsume. It's gotta be her. She has the means. She has the motive. She had the poison. She was the one who stole the poison. She said that herself. It literally has to be her at this point. Oh shit, I actually presented her. Oh no. I accidentally... Whoops. Well, there goes the flawless run. It's no longer flawless at all.
Good lord, an unexpected answer indeed.
That's right, my lord. The nature of cases like these is that they're full of wild twists and turns.
Objection!
Well, there goes the flawless run.
Or rather, my lord, the nature of counselors like these is that they're full of wide-eyed twaddle and theatrics.
Don't put fucking Doge. Don't put fucking Doge for that. I don't deserve to get Doge for that. I deserve to get Doge for that. I definitely deserve to get Doge for that. This was like the easiest answer of all time, and I fucking got it wrong. I didn't mean to present that person. That was so dumb. Yeah, we had a flawless run going. At least in this trial. God damn it. Yeah, it's Mr. Natsume for sure. That was my bad. That was definitely my bad. But yeah, like I said, it has to be Olive Green who tried to poison Shamspear. It literally has to be. Because even if you're not willing to buy, like, how she got into the room, which we still don't really know, she's the only one who had the poison. Like, she stole the poison. She had it the whole time. She confirmed that. That would be amazing if I accidentally presented her for a second time. I just keep fucking rattling and rambling, and I end up presenting her 5 times in a row and get a game over on the easiest case I've ever made.
Of course, it must be Meterman.
Meterman is fucking 23 years old? What the fuck, dude? This dude aged like an ice cream cone on a summer Sunday. How the fuck is this? He looks like he's 35. How is he 23 years old? What the fuck? And she's 38. These ages are all deked up. This game is crazy. Yeah, of course. Van Ziek's the guy with no wrinkles whatsoever and a perfect complexion. He's 32. But this guy who looks like his face is made of a football's leather, 23 years old. Of course. Why not? Okay, this time we're not going to present Olive Green again. I promise. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I live around these parts myself, so I know what it's like.
I guess the implication is maybe why Mr. Garrett didn't notice is that he didn't have his lamp on at the time. But he said he noticed the flickering, so I don't know.
I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time.
Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. That's right. That's right. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamsky was trying. He doesn't have a stove. He has the fireplace.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain of this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder.
Good gracious! Objection!
Shut up, Van Zieks. Oh, just give up already, noob. FF at 20.
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
He really just fucking pulled a no you.
What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge our fancies for the moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the pipe. The question then that arises is who put it there?
Oh, I should have just waited for this to talk about fucking Olive Green. We're gonna have to present her right now. God damn it. Who did put it there?
The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailants were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspear's murderous designs?
That is a really good question. It's like, how does Miss Dinkley know that he's gonna do this, right? Presumably, like, she was so close to one of the victims that maybe she just, like, sleuthed it? I don't know. It seems weird that she would know this.
Ah, you mean to suggest?
Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack
I said that was super wrong.
can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Ah! Whatever Mr. William Shakespeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could have possibly perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume.
Bing, bing.
The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it! In fact, now that a clear motive for poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend?
Oh. I knew he was gonna do a second one. I knew that bitch was gonna moan again. It looks like he has Miss Susato's head. For a split second there, it looked like he had Miss Susato's head. It looked as though he was some sort of worm whose head was just Miss Susato. If you blinked, you definitely missed it. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly?
Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage.
What advantage?
Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspear's room. So we must name that person and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt.
You mean, name the true culprit?
I know it might sound impossible,
It really doesn't. It sounds actually incredibly easy.
but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's face will be sealed.
His face.
His fate will be sealed.
As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman.
What? Oh, don't you worry. We know exactly what.
Goodness gracious!
Rad Jam. Yeah, dude, this song is a fucking banger. The music in this game is so good. There is one other person who I believe could have been responsible for all of this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit!
It should, one of the times, when it's just like in that really dramatic scene and it's playing that fucking sick ass violin music and stuff, like while it's doing the back and forths between the fucking prosecutor smashing his desk and Naruhodo just pointing at people, it should just cut to the judge on his desk just like fucking twerking to that song. But just for like a split second, like during the cutaway reaction shots. Just because the music is so damn good. How do you not fucking bust a move to it? It's even busting out another hit right now. Bam, ba-da-da-da. It's busting out that song too.
A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax.
I've heard about that a couple times. I've heard that's from some lady friends of mine. Have you noticed that Van Zeek's shirt looks like a dang clock? His collar looks like a clock. I think he's on team Strong Fart, the dude who lives in the clock tower. Lord Strongest. I think he's on that guy's team. Thank you.
Tell us, my learned Nipponese.
Of course, right when I point it out, he turns away so you can't fucking see. Basically, on his collar, there's like things that look like little ticks of a clock. Like little hour marks.
What is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
It's Olive Green.
That!
She did Olive the murder. The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear is, I believe, Miss Olive Green.
Miss Olive Green! Miss Olive Green!
I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, counsel, but I don't recall where.
Miss Olive Green? The woman from 6 days ago.
I love how she's just down like stock fucking still. It's so great. Just arms at her sides. It's like when a fucking goat plays dead, you know?
The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add.
Oh, of course, yes. Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe. But I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
And I hardly need remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago.
Huh. Good point. Good point, Mr. Van Deeks. I did not even fucking consider the timeline slightly, because I didn't know what the timeline was. Yeah, that's actually not great. Huh. Maybe I'm wrong. So she was in a fucking coma. Huh. The poisoning was 3 days ago. She was in a coma for 3 days. Wait, what? No, what are you talking about, idiot? That would work perfectly. What's wrong with that, dipshit? That means the timeline is perfect. What is he talking about? The poisoning took place 3 days ago. She fell into a comatose 3 days ago. What's the problem? Does he not know math? Does he not know what math is? I mean, maybe if he's implying that she went into a coma like in the morning, in the early morning, but didn't the... I'm so confused. Didn't the Natsume case from last game, I can't remember the time. I don't think it was like early in the morning. I thought it was maybe even nighttime. I don't see how this is a problem at all. Didn't the Natsume stuff? I can't remember. It's been too long since the first game. We're just gonna roll with this. We're just gonna roll with Manzeeks' crazy ass theory. Look, see the little clock dials on his jacket? Oh my god. He did it again. He's self-conscious, man. Every time I try to talk about his stupid clock jacket, he turns around.
Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi.
True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital, unconscious. So, on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. Still, my colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison.
Good gracious! She had poison?
And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord, pray, what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
No, never heard of her. Liar, we saw you, idiot. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Huh. Huh. But he should, right? Because that... So confused. Last week, we found out that there was a letter, like, going to her from somebody. So shouldn't he know her name? Or was that in her room? I can't remember. No, that was in her room. Was it? I don't know. I'm really confused now. It's been too long. At least, not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Ipanese friend's farce through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
I fucking swear to God, if this case goes another stream, I'm gonna be so mad. If this case does not fucking end today, we still have like 2 hours left. If this case does not end today, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so fucking mad if this is a whole nother stream. This case is so long. This case is absurdly long.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
Very well. I grant the request.
Excellent. I hope.
The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole suspect of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
Feek you, John. Chimichanga, feek you, motherfucker. Chimichanga, go to your emo list. Go to your fucking emo list and click on Attack 5 Booga right now. Alright, let's save. I can't believe this shit is still fucking going. I'm gonna be so fucking mad if this doesn't end today. How long is this? Plot twist, this case is the entire game. Can you fucking imagine? Could you imagine if this case is the entire rest of the fucking game? That would be insane. Yeah, the whole game is just that first murder and then this one. Yeah, this emote is goated, dude. Are you kidding me? Look at those dudes. Look at the boogas in a row. Hey, what's up, Zeke the Jolteon? How you doing today? You got here just in time for another segment of this fucking case. God damn, it's still going. It's still fucking going. Did he just say that? Did Soseki just quietly under his fucking breath say booga? Potentially? That was actually crazy. This game is getting too intense for me. It's starting to bleed over into reality.
Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks.
Oh, Mr. Natsume. I'm so pleased for you.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquire-ish. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent.
Ah, good morning, my dear fellows.
Ah, Sherlock Sholmes, may you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent.
I thought the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces.
Nobody said or thought anything of the sort.
The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companion.
So relatable, bro. Sholmes is the most relatable character in video game history.
Such spirited determination is a beauty all its own, is it not?
Imagine living a life where not every fucking morning is a panicked rush to get where you need to be on time.
Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep, I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential.
Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already.
What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method.
So true, King. I take back everything I said, Sholmes. You go do your stupid sleep experiments. Yeah, exactly. ADHD be like that. Just sleep fucking through everything. Desperately try to get to sleep at night and then wake up late from oversleeping.
Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah.
Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to.
It was a laborious task as the bottle was near empty.
But such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes.
I managed to confirm that it contains strychnine.
Okay, confirm. Hard confirmed. Yep. Okay. So it is Miss Green. Unfortunate. We were right. Unfortunately, you know, the burden of genius is that sometimes you don't like the answers you come up with, but we were correct. It was Miss Green. Miss Green slathered that shit like fucking barbecue sauce all over the pipe. And dude just couldn't resist. He went to town on that shit. He went to town. He got at least 18 inches deep on that pipe. Just like a fucking fish's hook down his throat. Dude sucked on that shit till all the poison was ingested. I still don't really understand what the problem is now. Like, Van Zeeks pointed out that she went into a coma 3 days ago and the guy was poisoned 3 days ago. I don't see how that timeline conflicts at all, but I guess we'll find out.
It contains strychnine.
So I was right.
Perhaps. Of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended.
Oh, 2 days ago. Okay, so I just can't read. The problem is that I actually just can't read. Is kind of the issue. That makes sense. I get it now. It's that I can't read. Okay, so we can't even go far enough back to check, so I'll just take your word for it. Yeah, that's the thing, right? This evidence definitely should not be permissible, but you never know an Ace Attorney. Sometimes Van Zeeks rightly calls you out and says, no, of course that shit's not permissible because it wasn't collected before the trial. But then other times he'll just like bust out a fucking bloody axe halfway through the trial. So who knows? We'll find out real fast when we try to present it on anything. A bottle found in the possession of Miss Green with traces of the slow-acting poison strychnine inside.
Could I have a word?
I have an idea. But it's probably a really dumb idea. So I'm keeping it on the inside brain instead of saying it out loud like usual. I have an idea as to how she could have done this. I have an idea that's starting to sound smarter by the moment. But I don't know. What I want first, before I share this with the class, is I want entered into our evidence that note. I want to have that note that we saw her reading earlier. I want to have that note so I can know exactly what the wording is. I want to know exactly what the motherfucking wording is. Because I'm having an idea, and I don't know if it's an idiot idea or a smart guy idea. So we'll hold off on it for now. Once we see the note, I'll expand on it. Could I have a word? It's Gregson! Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. I love how much Gregson fucking hates him. It's awesome.
I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself.
From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself.
My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
You have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspier's room?
Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually.
Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article? Mr. Shamspier's room?
A man by the name of... yes, Selden.
I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that... well, it caught my eye.
Oh my motherfucking god, we get new evidence. And this is real evidence because the police is getting it. Is Susato related to Maya? You know what's weird? I definitely thought so, and she fills the exact same role in the story, and she looks visually similar. But I don't think she is. I actually don't think she is as of yet, because we know for a fact that Maya comes from like a long lineage, like an established historical lineage of mystics. And as of yet, this girl has done nothing mystical whatsoever. She's just a judicial assistant, very by the books. Like, she's a bookworm, she's a nerd, she's smart, but she's not magical. She has decidedly done nothing magical the entire time. So either they're saving it for like a big twist where she fucking puts her hands in the sky and casts Meteor on top of my character, killing me instantly, then I don't think she's related to Maya. Because, like, this is 1900. So how established can this magic family be if it doesn't even stretch back that far? Ace Attorney takes place in the year 2000. So it's like 100 years. It's like 3 generations of Maya. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it isn't established yet, it's got to be established real fucking soon. We even know some of the names, like, right? Like, we know about, like, Amy Faye or whatever. So, yeah, we know that there's at least one generation below this girl between her and Maya, if she is part of the family. And then another generation for Pearlie's mom and Maya's mom, and then Maya generation. So there's like barely enough time for it to work out, depending on how old they are when they have children. But it's looking less likely by the minute. She's got to start showing us some magic real fast if she's going to be related. Yeah, exactly. He forgot his little fishy and chippy. I'm surprised he's gone this long in the scene without eating any. He's jonesing for it for sure.
Something caught your eye. What, Inspector? What?
I've copied the relevant parts for you,
So you can read it for yourself.
Oh, there it is. There it is. He's just being he's having so much restraint right now. He's not taking any bites out of it. Thank you. The capital offenders file has been added to the court record. I see. Newspaper article about him dying in prison. Didn't we already have that?
These documents.
What document? Bing, bing. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. That's a lot of fucking murdering. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he remains undiscovered. Okay, so his cellmate's probably gonna go out on a big limb here and say his cellmate is probably Shamspear. Because one of the big questions is like how Shamspear knows about this treasure, right? Like how does he know specifically what room of what building the dude's ill-gotten goods are in? That would explain it if he is an ex-con. Although that being said, I don't think Shamspear would last that long in prison. Just doesn't strike me as the type. Definitely not. Then again, it's British prison, so maybe they just have like trumpet fights or something out in the yard. They just pour scalding tea on each other's heads. These documents
Include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspear's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so that we don't have duplicate information.
Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you?
Just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Have knife fights with their teeth. Hell yeah, dude. That's definitely comment of the day for sure so far. British people out in the yard having fucking narwhal tooth fights. Just fucking having jousting matches with their big ass unicorn teeth. I would love to watch that. Put that shit on HBO Max. Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga is getting 30 more characters. Let's go, baby! I want to go back to that game so bad, but I have to wait till they patch it so that I can actually play. I got to the point, I'm on like episode 7 or 8 in that game, and it just keeps crashing as soon as it tries to load now. Like whenever I try to load the next part of the story, it just hard crashes. It's fun though. I like the new Lego Star Wars. Sausage Toast! Shout out to the boy Sausage Toast. He sent that in. He sent that to me on Steam so I could stream it. Pretty dang good. Yeah, Gregson's being so nice now, isn't he? Gregson's being such a good boy. He's just like, he's being such a lad. Helping us with everything we need. I think the thing about Gregson is, I feel like, in my heart of hearts, I don't think he was ever that prejudiced. I think he's just like a really rough around the edges guy in general. I think he would pick anything arbitrary about somebody and decide he doesn't like them based on it, you know? Like, he was acting like a dick for sure, but I think he was acting like a dick because that's just how he is. Like, with somebody new. But we kind of, you know, endeared ourselves to him, so now he's being nice. He's like dropping the whole facade of being an asshole. Yeah, he's kind of like a little tsundere, basically. He's calling us a babaka. Really? You don't like the new Lego? Lego Star Wars? I love it, honestly. I'm so happy with it. It's like, to me, it's like the perfect sequel to that game. It just like improved everything. It gave characters their own little unique move sets. It has that like open world exploration treasure hunt stuff. I really liked it a lot. The main story, I will say, I didn't like as much because of like the dialogue and stuff. I liked how cheesy the old one was, where everything was just like visual slapstick gags and there wasn't any talking. That was like really charming to me. So like the actual story element of the new Lego Star Wars, I liked a little bit less. But it's fucking Lego Star Wars, so I don't come for the rich narrative, you know? I came for the Lego action. The brick stealing action.
Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful.
But that being said, the old Lego Star Wars is still the fucking GOAT. That game was amazing back then. Indeed, my dear fellows. The inspector here has a shining diamond in his crown. Shining diamond? In the rough, maybe? Oh my god, why roast him? He's being so nice.
Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all.
Pop out. I thought about turning on no talk mode. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, no talk mode does exist, but the cutscenes would still, like, drag on, you know? With the characters just walking and talking. Like, I've seen the fucking Star Wars movies. I don't need the Lego characters to just reenact it on the screen. I would rather just have quick cutscenes with little gags in it, like the old games. Old games did it great. It was very funny. Yeah, I also agree. I mean, like, hot take, right? But I also don't like the Star Wars sequels. I feel like they're very lame. I will say, both of the 7 and 8 had, like, they had something there, but they're just so boring. They feel like they might have been interesting at one point, and then they went to committee and just had, like, all the life sucked out of them. Because the movies we actually got just feel fucking soulless. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Especially 8. 8 feels like there was, like, maybe some soul in it at one point, but it's just so fucking boring. 8 is just not good. I know now it's seen as, like, a point of pride for people to say they like episode 8. It's like turned into some big social issue somehow, but it's not a good movie. If you watch that fucking movie again, you will be shocked that 40 minutes of that movie is just a space car chase. 40 fucking minutes of that movie is just them flying through space and a spaceship chasing them, slowly shooting lasers. It's so boring. It's the most dull movie I've ever fucking seen. There's cool stuff in it, but it doesn't make up for the fact that so much of it is boring nothing. And they go down to the casino planet and, like, run around with dog dinosaurs for 30 minutes. It's just boring. It's just a boring fucking film. I shall leave you then. I feel like the one thing you should never be able to say about Star Wars is it's boring. That's something that Episode 8 and Episode 2 Attack of the Clones have in common that fucking torpedoes their enjoyment factor, is they are fucking dull movies. They're so boring. Again, 2 also has exciting stuff in it. It's got fun moments, like when there's big lightsaber battles and stuff. But then the other half of it is just really dry and dull. I shall leave you then. I like when Star Wars gets campy. Like, I love Phantom Menace, as bad as that movie is, because it's at least a fun movie. But 2 and 8 I can get no enjoyment from. All of the other ones I can get, like, at least something out of. Some small amount of joy, but like, 2 and 8 to me are just irredeemable. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Genuinely not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Yes, Mr. Natsume.
It's time, isn't it?
Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Jar Jar would have fucking swooped in. Swoop! I think the best thing to come out of Disney Star Wars has easily been Mandalorian Season 1, because you can tell they didn't know that it was going to be a smash hit. Like, the first part of Season 1 of Mandalorian is, like, near perfect, because it's episodic and it's fun, and they don't try to fucking cross over with every other Star Wars thing that's ever happened. By the time Season 2 rolls around, Mandalorian gets a little worse, because they try really hard to just, like, shove existing characters into the story and just, like, turn it all into one thing. I would say the biggest problem with Star Wars can be boiled down really simply. It's this. Star Wars is a really cool universe that people like because it's fun, and there's, like, this grand sense of adventure, and every single thing after the original 3 movies, maybe even the prequels included, tries to make that universe as small as fucking possible. Like, everything revolves around the same characters, everything revolves around the same planets and ideas. There's, like, no sense of scale to that universe whatsoever. It's like the entire fucking 9 movies takes place on Tatooine. It's crazy. That's when Star Wars is the most boring, is when it's desperately trying to nostalgia bait the old one. I won't really have saved Sozeki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. It's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. That is kind of ironic that the movie is literally called Soul. Yeah, I didn't see that movie, but yeah, recent Disney I would not call the most soulful. The Old Bailey Court. The final battle of this game. I'm gonna be so fucking mad if this game ends after this stupid case. This case is fun, I like it, and the mystery is cool. But just, it's so weird and nothing. Why am I having this long of a flashback? I'm so invested in the overall story of this game, like the big conspiracy and all the important characters dying out of nowhere. And then it flashed back for 15 hours.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defendant. Namely, the victim of the case was here only a few days ago and is the true perpetrator of this incident.
A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord.
However, the prosecution...
Oh, that's him.
The prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from the dubious Eastern Shore.
Thank you. I don't think he was being complimentary, Ryunosuke. I think he might have been dripping with venomous sarcasm there. In the name of who? Wakabi, aka the King of England. Salute, Wakabi. Godspeed. Yeah, the original trilogy I love of Star Wars is so good. People will say that it's like a ripoff of Dune because of like very superficial similarities, and like it does borrow some stuff from Dune, but they could not be more different. Like they could not be more different tonally. It's a completely new thing. It just took like some superficial ideas from Dune, like a big worm and a desert planet. Beyond that, it's very much its own thing. It's very fun. It's very cool. I love the first 3 Star Warses. I even like the prequels. I can have fun with it. I can have fun with a bad movie that's goofy and fun. But the sequels I get very little joy at. I've heard people say they like Rogue One a lot, but I didn't even like Rogue One. Rogue One to me was like technically competent, but super forgettable. That movie was like, I don't remember a single character motivation. I don't remember any story beyond we need to grab the Death Star plans. Like, I just don't remember anything about that movie. It was just not memorable. They're making a spin-off about one of the characters, so maybe they'll kind of, you know, expand on the character aspect, but I personally think they just didn't want to make a movie where you connect to the characters just to watch them fucking explode. That's my opinion. I think they were just like, maybe it's not the best idea to make lovable, memorable characters and then blow them up. But yeah, like, the characters were so nothing in that. Thank you. It was hard to connect to the story because of that. For that backhanded consideration. Okay, at least you called him out. At least you called him out, Ryunosuke.
A rather cold assessment from the Honorable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand?
Solo is fucking meh. I haven't seen it. I never saw Solo. Yeah, I love Ace Attorney's campiness. To me, that's like genuinely the main draw of this game compared to other mystery games. Like this one and Danganronpa, I both enjoy because they're just really dumb and they like how dumb. Like they wallow in the dumbness of the stuff that happens. This is a game that does not take itself seriously. And it can. Sometimes it like gets serious and it sells it really well. But most of the time, this game is just like campy and fun, which I enjoy. But it still has good mysteries too. Like it still has fun mysteries to solve. I appreciate that about it. Especially when I would say the vast overwhelming majority of mystery games tend to be serious by nature. It's fun to have like a goofy one that's like wacky.
So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand?
Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord.
Am I gonna play the new Danganronpa from the direct? Yeah, probably, which is sad because it looks stupid. It looks like the story is gonna be dumb, and I hate the character design. But I'm still probably gonna play because I'm just a sucker for mystery games. I'll probably still play it. The one I really need to play is literally on my fucking Switch already. Where is it? This one, AI Somnium Files. I still need to do a stream of this. I heard this one's actually really good. It's made by the people who did Zero Escape, and it's supposedly like a really good detective game, but I just haven't gotten around to it just yet. But I definitely need to play that one. It looks very good.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in.
That one I don't think is goofy, but I don't know. Pretty sure it's just like a regular... There she is, it's Olive Green, baby! It's the Moomin character, as Nelatar astutely pointed out.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shamspeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no, not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. You no talent? I walked Bob Dylan up on stage. Who are you? Also currently unemployed, in other words.
What a coterie. If you combined William Shamspeare and Olive Green, you would get the trombone guy. You would actually get the trombone guy.
Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
She is literally the average artist. She's like, guys, I suck at art. Sigh. Here's a sketch I made. Throws up the fucking Mona Lisa on her Twitter. Throws up the fucking Mona Lisa in full cover on her Twitter. Fucking hate artists. They all do that shit. They're like, here's this sketch I shitted out because it's terrible. Posts the most fucking incredible art you've ever seen. Stupid artists. They need to get some fucking self-confidence. Maybe that's the thing, though. Maybe the reason artists get good is because they hate their art, so they want to make it better. Maybe the artists who are super egotistical that their art looks like the hot shit just constantly draw Sonic OCs all day that look like fucking DeviantArt quality.
I'm afraid you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, my lord.
I feel like DeviantArt gets a bad rap. DeviantArt is like the go-to pejorative for art that it stinks, but there's been good art on DeviantArt before. Hey, what's up, Marty Cool? How you doing, man? Miss Green is on the stand in case you're wondering where she is. I'm gonna send her to jail. I'm actually about to send her to prison jail, if you can believe that. The artist of Fairly Odd Parents. Yeah, I've heard strange things about him. I've heard very strange things about Butch Hartman. Apparently he's kind of like the new John Kay, where people are like really not liking him anymore. I don't know anything he's done, but supposedly he's been very much not favored no more. People used to love that guy because he made, you know, Fairly Odd Parents, which a bunch of people watched as a kid.
Miss Green,
Yes?
you are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Why'd you call him a ridiculous buffoon, and why'd I see you talking to him?
Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly, pea-pigmented personage.
She's not green.
Her clothes is.
My lesbies got so little engagement. Yeah, Twitter artists are crazy. Twitter artists are next level crazy, dude. And they'll always have wild takes, too. Twitter artists just bottle up the weirdest thoughts they have because they spent all day on Twitter painting furiously. But they got it rough, you have to admit. Like, any sort of, like, long-form content that they want to make, like, really good art pieces, you will spend, like, 2 weeks on that shit, and you post it on Twitter. It shows up on your followers' feed for 1 second, and then it's gone. It's, like, fucking lost to the deluge of content on Twitter, just constantly fucking refreshing. And it's sad that you have to use the word content as all-encompassing for, like, TikTok videos, Twitter comments, art, but, like, it's all the same on Twitter. It's just on your feed for a second, and then it's gone. The best you get is a little fucking heart. Maybe I'll look at this again later if I bookmark it, but that's it.
Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being, to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all.
Ooh. You know what? I think I might have been right. I said earlier that I had a crazy thought, but I think it might have actually been a brainy thought instead. Because why would she be lying about this? She told us that she was, like, summoned there, but she wasn't summoned there at all.
On the night the man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital, fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garrett household.
Oh my god, she's down. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own. And now I'm under suspicion. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
It is kind of disturbing, but you're going to jail on the screen. I got bad news. I love the voice acting. Thank you. I put a lot of effort into making the characters sound different. I've done text-based games before, and you have to make it. If you're going to stream a game that's like very heavily text-based like this, there's 3 paths that you may take, right? You can either not read any dialogue and just like silently click through the dialogue boxes and assume people might read on their own if they care and just like talk about other stuff. That's one path, but I don't like that one because I like focusing on the story in the games. You can read it all in different voices to try to give the characters a little bit more distinction so people can kind of keep up even though they're not necessarily looking at the screen, which is what I do. Or you can read everything in just your normal speaking voice, which I've done before, but I personally don't like them. I like that one like the least. Because it's really hard for everything to just kind of blend together if everything is read in the exact same voice. Just even psychologically, if you listen to like audiobooks, most audiobooks that are like different characters, they'll do different little voices for the characters. It just makes it easier for your brain to separate the characters that way too. Even for the person reading, like when I read a book, even in my head, my characters always have different voices, which helps like separate who said what.
What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of?
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green.
That's true. She do be living in England, though. He's not wrong. Oh my god, Wakabi, I'm so sick of you telling me about Obi-Wan Kenobi. Wakabi, I'm gonna fucking dropkick your Darth Vader. Wakabi, would you be happy if they let you do a role in the next Star Wars show? Would you finally be at peace and stop hating on poor Rian Johnson? Wakabi hates that motherfucker with a fucking burning passion. If Rian Johnson gets to direct the next Star Wars and you get to be the leading man, Wakabi, will you bury the hatchet? Will you shake hands with Rian Johnson and forgive him for what he's done to you? Gave someone a commission that was $200 but was a trace of a completed artwork. Oh my god, that is fucking so bad. Butch Hartman did that? The Fairly Odd Parents dude? Huh? That's crazy. That's actually just scamming somebody. Even just tracing over art and putting your own signature on it if it's not your art, that's pretty bad to begin with. But making money off of it is legitimately A, scamming the person who you're taking the commission from, and B, stealing from a different artist who probably has way less money and following. That is actually pretty fucked up. I assumed he just like said dumb shit that people didn't like. I assumed it was that level. I didn't think he was legitimately scamming people. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no, the incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare.
But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Let us proceed, then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
Okay, fine. Oh my god. I can already tell this is gonna be an annoying-ass cross-examination with these two schmucks.
It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back.
Yeah, it was at 5 p.m. It was at 5 p.m. I don't understand why the timeline is, like, not working.
Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodging. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about this business.
Yes, the second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodging. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare.
'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire event. Marry, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine.
When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. Aha! Okay. Meow, 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 meow. I think I kind of get it now. I think I can. I just need to see that fucking letter, man. I really need to see the letter before I make any more judgments. But it's sort of all coming. I think. Maybe. As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. Honey mustard is the gift of the gods. I've had honey mustard like maybe 4 times total in my entire life. I won't lie. I am like what's not known as a mustard stan. I'm a mustard hater, for sure. If there's only one mustard hater left in the world, it must simply be me remaining. I've never liked any form of mustard, honey or otherwise. I don't hate honey mustard, but I haven't had it since I was a kid, so I don't even remember it anymore. It's true. It does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. This is my one and only chance to expose it.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these 2 witnesses if you wish.
Yes, my lord.
Am I just Batman?
Honestly, Darth Vader and Batman do have a lot in common. They're both rich technocrats. They have black-ass cool suits that intimidate people. And they have sweet red lightsabers. They're more alike than you'd think. They have distinctive gravelly voices.
It was 6 days ago at 5 p.m. I was walking along the snow when I was stabbed in the back. It happened to be just outside where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
Let's press this. A tavern, you say? Which one?
It was the Slug and the Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I fear. What do you mean, Lord Manzeeks?
The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
Gotcha, did I, Shakespeare?
It's true. The menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
I would have expected Grub's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your meal. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush.
All equally appetizing.
I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that?
How different can water really be?
Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally does stand out. So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. No, not at the moment. We'll come back to this maybe. Wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment.
If we find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamsphere went there, we must present it to the court.
Yes, absolutely. Evidence of why he went to the... Why he, didn't go to the pea place?
That is all in this matter, counsel. I would ask Miss Green go to her next statement.
Pop up, pop up. Oh, you like pickles and mustard now? I hate both. I still hate pickles and mustard. I haven't evolved that far yet. I'm still but a humble Eevee in the realm of mustard and pickles. I hate pickles. I like cucumbers. I really like cucumbers, but I hate pickles. I don't like them. They're weird as squishy and salty. Had a little matter to attend to. Let's press this. Why not? Wakabi, what are you saying, bro? You're asking why I liked the Obi-Wan finale so much? I didn't like it, Wakabi. I actually didn't like Obi-Wan that much, the show. The show, Obi-Wan, was not to my speed. It was not my taste. Yeah, it was not to my taste. I did like some things in it. I liked that dude who died in episode 1 and then mysteriously reappeared at the end and talked smack and then walked away and was never seen again. I feel like that character was slightly wasted. He was cool. I liked the fact that Obi-Wan was played by his original actor. That was fun. Well, not his original actor, but his prequel's actor. The rest of it I didn't care for that much. What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. Femboy hentai. That's what Miss Green is painting right now. Miss Green does actually strike me as the kind of girl who just like draws anime boys kissing all day. You know what I mean? I feel like Miss Green is completely obsessed with like shows about handsome men and then ships them together. For example, if Miss Green had played the game Ace Attorney, she would currently be drawing fan art of like Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth kissing. She would be one of the people creating that exact artwork that we see on the internet these days. Like 100%, 100 fucking %.
It was nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital.
Ah,
It was related to the card you were holding. Yes, this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about earlier. Miss Green. Oh my god. Huckabee just went off on Zeke the Jolteon for no reason. He actually hit you up with the PPS, which is how you know you got roasted. When someone like PPS's you, that's next level. That's the next level roast. What was that? She clearly hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Okay, listen very carefully to this. I know we're all arguing with Wakabi right now, but this is the thing I was talking about earlier. Pay really close attention to this because I remember this, and I seem to remember this is what I thought might be stupid, but it might also be true. I don't think this card actually ever mentions who wrote it. It doesn't say who it's addressing, and it doesn't say who wrote it. They were trying to imply that it was written by Shamspear to her, but it could actually also be written from her to Shamspear. If I remember, I could be completely wrong, but I very clearly remember that nobody's name is addressed in this letter besides just, I have information on Duncan Ross. Wakabi, quick, type /dodge. Quick, Wakabi, you're about to be timed out. Type it. Type it. He's not typing in time. Oh, he got timed out. Damn it. He got close that time. You could hear him typing. Could you guys hear Wakabi typing /dodge in the distance? I can fucking hear him slamming on his keyboard right now because he couldn't get it out in time. He tried though. He definitely tried. Why does it say 4 messages deleted from Wakabi? That's mysterious. Wakabi, why does it say I deleted 4 messages off of you? How come you wouldn't just type /dodge? If you get timed out in this chat, it is one of my channel point rewards that you can time somebody else out, which is a dickling little move, but you can do it. If you are the person who's being timed out, you can type /dodge to dodge the timeout, if that makes sense. But unfortunately, our friend Wakabi did not dodge it in time. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
what does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
Pursue! Excuse me! And the other thing that was suspicious about her stuff is that she is lying at the moment, and she's been lying since she's been called to the stand. She keeps like dancing around the letter, like not bringing it up. But if she is not the one who wrote it, then why lie about it? Because it just incriminates the other guy. If he really sent it to her, then she should be spilling the beans on the letter immediately, right? She should be obsessed with the idea of maybe I could just, throw this other guy under the bus by talking about this letter that he sent me. Unless he didn't really send the letter. See how we get at? See what I'm saying? What's the Discord command? It's !Discord. All one word. Just an exclamation point, then Discord lowercase. It gets you the link to the Discord. Yeah, anybody can feel free to join. You can see when I go live, what games I'm playing, all that good stuff. We do movie nights in there sometimes, just not this week because I've been really busy. We've been watching some crazy stuff. We watched some of House of the Dragon. We watched the first episode of that Amazon Lord of the Rings show. We watched Saw the other week. Mr. Shamspear, do you have something to share with the court?
To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me with ne'er a thought.
Don't tell me.
It's because you're possessed by the Shakespeare spirit, right?
Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps. I'm not going to finish Lord of the Rings. Good news, we're not going to. I was not into it. Honestly, I didn't hate it or anything, the new Lord of the Rings show, but episode 1 was just really... We were talking about this earlier, about Star Wars, how the new ones are just very boring to me. Lord of the Rings felt the same way, Rings of Power. Alulim actually pointed out something really brilliant that I had never even considered, which is that apparently that show kind of seems to assume you've read the Silmarillion. Because he's into it, and he read the Silmarillion, and he's like, oh, I'm getting this, it's making sense to me. But for me, personally, I didn't read the Silmarillion, and I just don't give a fuck about anything that's happening. I don't know who the characters are, they don't really introduce them well, and they just kind of jump right into it. They just jump into this minutia of these characters who I don't give a fuck about. I vaguely know about Galadriel and Elrond, because they're movie characters, but in the movies, all they do is stand in a room and then talk to the hobbits for 2 minutes and then leave. They're not established characters that I care about their comings and goings. And the main, conflict so far, from this is spoilers for episode 1 of the Lord of the Rings show, by the way. The main conflict they're setting up is that Sauron is coming back. Sauron is coming back and we gotta stop him. And it's bro, Sauron comes back. You failed. I know how this show ends, so why do I care? Why do I care about Galadriel's quest to fail at stopping Sauron from coming back? I just, nothing interesting is happening in that show yet. I don't know. Maybe it gets good. I'll give it credit that maybe it's getting good. But, it just did not hook me on the first episode at all. It's true, too. The books do take their time with doing stuff, so maybe it's just, setting up cool stuff to happen later. But it just, it didn't hook me, man. If I'm gonna watch a show that's got hour-long episodes at a time, a full fucking feature-length movie, I gotta have something, some character to latch onto or some event to latch onto that makes me want to see more. That first episode just didn't do it for me. Something of relevance, perhaps?
Well, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you are both lodgers in the same house.
I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me.
Check the Discord. Now! No, I'll check it after the stream. I'm busy. Am I enjoying House of the Dragon? Yes, I actually am really enjoying House of the Dragon so far. Because the characters have vested me. Episode 1, there was cool stuff happening where I'm I want to see where this goes. There's this weird, backstabbing, shitty younger brother to the king that's clearly vying for the throne. There's this cool Hand of the King guy who's trying to politic his way into the inner circle and become part of the royal family. I'm this is cool. They're setting up a bunch of conflict. They're setting up a bunch of interesting characters with conflicting ambitions. I'm invested to see the rest of this story. So yeah, I got into it. I'm enjoying it so far. I've only seen 2 or 3 episodes, but from what I've seen, I'm enjoying it. I think it's pretty cool. It's not blowing me away yet, but it's definitely off to a pretty solid start. I would say it's not off to as good of a start as Game of Thrones, but it's still very solid. I'm into it. Yeah, exactly. Anime stuff, dude, all the fucking time. People say that about anime. Anime fans will be this show, bro, it's so fucking good. If you watch the first 50 hours to get into it, oh, it gets so good in season 32. I can't do that. I just, there's not enough time in this life to spend watching something bad so that maybe I'll eventually like it. I can't do that. I also take umbrage with the idea that something can be good if the first 1/4 of it is bad. Not only is the beginning arguably the most important part of a story, but that's part of the story. You can't just discount the entire first 1/4 of something and say it's amazing. That's a lot of something to be bad, one episode, if it gets really good, maybe I'll be that could get cool, but I don't know. Stuff that's an entire season or more bad before it gets good, that's not gonna do it for me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just above yours?
Miss Green!
Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before, containing the note. You have it upon your person.
I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Okay, good. We have the note now.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please.
It's been ripped open roughly. It contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Of course. That's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. Okay, so I think I actually know. I think I solved the case, basically. This note, I think, solves the case. We need to get, like, the absolute verbiage before we know for sure, but I think we're done. I think we actually solved it.
One Piece gets really good, bro. Just watch episode 300.
I kind of want to read One Piece, I'm not going to lie. The show is definitely too long that I would die before I finished, but I kind of want to read the manga just to see what the hype is about. I'm not that big of an anime guy, though. I like some animes. There's anime, like, every 5 years, there will be an anime that I get really into. And I'm like, this shit's cool. I like this. But, One Piece is so fucking long. Like, it is literally hundreds, if not thousands of hours to catch up. It's absurd. Usually shows that I get into are the seasonal ones that are one season, like 12 episodes, and then they're done. The envelope has been ripped over rather than carelessly, hasn't it? The screen strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah. What is it? The way the envelope is torn. I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else.
Oh, you don't mean? Are you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. Oh my god, it is that thing.
They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card.
Boom. The envelope fits perfectly. Cool. Can we read the note, though? I guess we can't read the note. Okay. But based on what we just saw, it doesn't sound like it addresses who it's to, right? It's just, come meet me, I know about Duncan Ross. That's literally the entire message. So here's what I think happened. I think I know exactly how she did this and what she did. But I'm thinking that she figured out, she basically solved the crime on her own. The original crime. Which is that Shamspear has been killing people in that building. And not only that, but she's like, fuck this guy, because I know one of the people you murdered, so I'm going to kill you instead. So what she does is she takes the rat poison from the hospital. She tells this stupid Shamspear guy, she sends him the note and says, I know about Duncan Ross, come meet me. When he goes to meet her that day, the same day she gets hit by the knife, mind you, she sneaks into his house. I don't know how she does this because she doesn't have like the keys or whatever, but she goes into the house and she poisons the thing, right? All poisoned up. She leaves, gets hit by the knife. That's why she was there that day in that random town. Is she was there to poison the pipe. She poisons the pipe. She walks out, hit by the knife. She's in a coma. Boom. She's down. Now here's where it gets tricky, right? This is where it gets a little tricky. That part all makes sense. And then there's the time gap between when she finished poisoning and the guy got poisoned. But if you consider the fact that that was the first case with Natsume, it starts to make sense. Because remember, Natsume was on trial during that time. So that night, he would have no reason to blow the pipe because Natsume wouldn't be in his apartment to get poisoned. So that's why he didn't blow the pipe. And there's that discrepancy of one day between when the pipe was poisoned and when he touched the pipe. It's because he had no reason to blow out the gas that night to try to kill him because he was at home. He was busy on trial. And so then he eventually comes back. Natsume comes back. Dude tries to kill him again, ends up poisoned. The rest is history. We know what happens. Yeah, exactly. That's why Shamspear was at the fancy tavern. He was called out there. While he was gone, she snuck into his place and she knew that it would be empty because he got the note. And then she, kind of bamfs out of there. It would also go a long way to explain why the two halves of the envelope were separated like that, right? Because while she was in his apartment, she could have, like, taken it back, like, reclaimed the note. And I guess just missed a piece of it. Because if she had left the note there, that would have connected her pretty solidly to the scene of the crime. I think that's how she did it. I think that's both what she did and how she did it. I think it's Miss Green, unfortunately. I think it's Miss Green in the apartment building with a poisonous pipe. Yes, this is still the fucking soap eater case, B Machine. This is genuinely still the fucking soap eater case. It turns out it's probably Miss Green, the fat lady. Tried to poison Shamspear by putting poison on his pipe that he blew into to blow out the stove in Natsume's room, the gas's room. And it was like a murder triangle. It was like a hate triangle of sorts. It's getting very crazy. From now on, don't ever talk shit about Obi-Wan, especially the finale. You know what, Wakapi? That's so true. Yeah, you tell him, Wakapi. You put Zachary Rocks back at his place. You put him right back in his fucking place. That's what links them together. It's Duncan Ross.
No, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Because think about it, she has motive, she has opportunity now that we know about the letter, and she literally has the murder weapon. Like, that alone is a smoking gun. That's what, the start of this stream, you can see the moment where it hits me, where it's like, she has the murder weapon the entire time. She stole the poison before she went into the coma, and she had it when she woke up. It really can't be anybody else. Even that alone, like, the how would be hard to get to, but it has to be her, even with just that information.
Continue with your testimony, Miss Green.
Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspear wonderfully there.
It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last.
All right, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere.
Well, you've managed to expose this promising new angle. I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that?
Ah, yes, of course.
And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way I do that, I suppose.
Oh, you were saying it towards me, Wakapi? Wakapi, what'd I do?
Wakabi, I never did anything good. Wakabi, I never did anything good about Obi-Wan. Don't kill me, please. Wakabi, I beg you. Wakabi is good about that. Wakabi elucidates his fucking opinions and he really wins over the crowd by threatening to murder them viciously. No. I was walking along in the snow, stabbed in the back. It just so happened to be outside the house where the men have their lodgings. I was at the tavern where I bespoke my supper. A little matter to attend to, that's all. Let's press the fact that she just happened to be there.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend? What's it called?
Ah, yes. It's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is sometimes 10 stops away from the scene on the thing. I didn't read that part.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road. Isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of East End?
Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought about making a nice picture.
Yeah, that's the thing about modern Star Wars that I think is so weird to people. It's like, it's weird because it is nostalgia baiting really hard, but it's not going far enough to make people happy. Like, the thing about modern Star Wars is it just constantly points to the old stuff. Like, look, this is the stuff you like, right? Here's why it's stupid. It's like, here's all this old stuff, and here's why it's dumb by our modern standard. It's really weird. It takes Star Wars and tries to apply like the modern American lens to a story that was never meant to be that. Star Wars was always this cool kind of like mishmash of different pop cultures. Like, George Lucas took a lot from like old samurai movies, like Kurosawa movies, a lot of like spiritual shit from Oriental mythology and stuff like that, and then like westerns, old spaghetti westerns mishmashed in. But the new Star Wars movies don't have any of those sensibilities. It's like purely aesthetic. It's like a coat of paint of Star Wars over just like modern Hollywood movies. None of them are written in any sort of like interesting, nuanced way that has to do with the way the old Star Wars were. It's like modern writing and modern ideals with like a coat of Star Wars paint over it. I think that's what's so jarring to people, is it doesn't have any of the same like ideas or feeling behind it that the old Star Wars movies did. I think that's like a big part of why they seem so strange. Like they just immediately feel jarring.
It's because, oh, yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term.
The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
She's trying to hide why she was there that evening. It must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspear, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing?
Would be my pleasure, sire.
I was at a tavern on the eve where I bespoke my supper. It was Preston's. A tavern, you say? Which one?
It was the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. It's a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I feel. Oh, we saw this already. Sorry. Keep mashing through. Keep mashing through. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a Star War. Yeah! My TIE fighter versus your fucking X-Wing. What do you mean, Lord Ranzeeks? Yeah, that's the thing. Original Star Wars was a product. Like, he wanted to, like, sell toys. He definitely made it in a way they would sell toys. But it also had, like, all that other shit going into it, too. It had the really cool set design, the really cool little miniatures they made. And like I mentioned earlier, it had all those other inspirations that the new ones just feel like they really don't. The new ones, that's the difference, really, is the old ones had a ton of different inspirations that created Star Wars, and the new ones are inspired by Star Wars. You know what? It's like a diluted version of Star Wars in a sense. It's very weird. The new ones are just inspired by Star Wars, but then let's just write, you know, whatever we want over it. As opposed to Star Wars, which was inspired by just tons of different things. A myriad of bizarre, esoteric interests Lucas had at the time. Old morning serials, and Western movies, and samurai movies, and Oriental mysticism. The fact that on all that day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. Mr. Shamspear's own actions on the day were slightly suspicious. Oh, okay, here we have some evidence now. I forgot about this one. Good, I'm glad I pressed this. Bam, 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 bam. Mr. Shamspear.
Yes, sire?
Don't ever talk shit about the Obi-Wan show ever again, especially the finale, got it? Wakabi, I wouldn't dare. I would never dare to talk about the Obi-Wan show and how fucking bad it sucked. And the fact that that show put my ass to sleep like it was called NyQuil the Trilogy, Wakabi. I will never bring up the fact that Obi-Wan used forced melatonin strike on my brain when I tried to watch that shit. It fell to a deep fucking slumber. As I watched Wakabi and Obi-Wan gallivanting around the fucking galaxy, not accomplishing jack shit. On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize? For a very particular reason?
I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest.
Very well, I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Namely, Miss Green's motherfucking card.
That!
I believe this card reveals the answer.
Good lord! Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. See, it doesn't address anybody and is not from anybody. Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing were exactly as described on this note. And think about this, motherfuckers. Shit, let's look at the court record. It says come to the Slug and Salad at 5 p.m. on the 17th, right? Think about that. So, if this dude had really been the one to send the letter, then why would that crazy lady, the little Miss Green, why would she have been at the apartment building at 5 p.m. to get hit by the knife? She should have been at the restaurant for the meeting about the death of Duncan Ross. Don't you think she would have been so enticed by that idea that she wouldn't fucking roll up late randomly? It was she just did it to bait him out of the apartment. She went there at 5 because she knew that by 5 he would for sure have cleared out. That's got to be what it is. Personally, I find it hard to believe it's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear?
Well, excuse me, can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green.
That card was delivered to me.
Oh, wasn't?
It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it?
Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely.
My lord, may I?
You what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well then. You may amend your testimony.
Miss Fat Woman is actually the bad guy? Well, I think she's like a murderer with a heart of gold. She's murdering him because he's a horrible killer. Like, the guy, Shamspear, is still a murderer and attempted murderer. And she's trying to murder him because he's a murderer. So she's like slightly evil. She's like the Punisher. She's like the Fatnisher. She climbed up through the fucking oil tubes and stabbed him in the head. Nostalgia is not a replacement for an actual story. Yeah, that's pretty true. That does describe like half of these like reboots and stuff like that. It is a problem.
Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
Yeah, that is true too. The Star Wars movies are so fucking creepy for that. It's the weird thing, it's like testing the waters too is the thing. Like, the fact that they've done that now means that you can just put any actor in whatever movie you want as long as they're dead. If they died too soon to write that into their contract, you can just puppeteer their corpses forever. Like, Marilyn Monroe could show up in fucking movies. And, like, fuck, you can't do anything about it. Because now there's precedent, right? If you get sued, you can be like, well, Star Wars did it and nobody sued them. They got away completely fine. Until there's a law in place to prevent it, people can just put whatever actors they want in whatever movies as long as that actor's already dead.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me.
This was found in Mr. Shamspear's room. Okay, we're gonna present that. Because we found part of the envelope in Shamspear's room. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions of the note, you found yourself in hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please.
Take a look at this.
It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note.
Oh.
And remember the, okay, there's two things here that make this make so much sense now. Remember these two factoids. A, the fucking stupid oil and gas company works like a gumball machine where you have to put in quarters for like 2 hours of power, right? So, if you don't pay the oil bill, lights go off. The room is pitch. Because the windows are all bricked up. Fact number 2, when we were in Shamspear's apartment, there were handprints all over the floor near this area where we found the envelope's corner. So, she thought in the cloying darkness of the night that she had retrieved the entire envelope, but she didn't. That's why there were all those handprints on the floor. It was her trying to make sure she didn't leave anything behind of the note. That makes a lot of sense. So the handprints on the floor weren't actually Shamspear. It was her spear. It was her trying to make sure she had cleaned up her whole fucking mess that she left behind. It so happens it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspear's room.
In my room.
Mr. Shamspear, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Well...
Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. So that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? Yeah, you better avert your gaze, sucker, because you know. Isn't there already laws against using people's likeness without permission? See, I would think so. I would think so for that exact reason, because you have to do that disclaimer usually. But they just did it anyway, is the crazy part. In Star Wars, they just put that dead-ass Peter Cushing guy in there. I guess what it must be is you just have to get permission from the family or something. I guess. So if you just wave a big enough check in front of the family's face, then you get to use the dead actor. I don't know. Maybe it's like a legal loophole where you can't represent a living person, but there's no law against injecting them into the movie as a CG abomination as an actor. Because I do notice that in those Star Wars movies, they credit the actor in the credits, right? It's not like it doesn't show them as a character name. It's not like, you know, CG abomination as Peter Cushing. It's like Peter Cushing as Grand Moff Tarkin. I guess the way they get around it is counting them as an actor rather than the person themselves. Because it's not technically depicting the person, it's depicting the character, and they're just the actor, even though they're not alive. And you, Miss Green? I don't know, though. I honestly, that's a really good question. I have no clue how they get around that. That's just a raw guess on my part. If I was on the scumbag legal team that's trying to get this done, that would be my excuse. See how that pans out in the eyes of the law. That's a good question. How will Wakapi think about the current state of Star Wars? Wakapi does generally dislike current Star Wars for the most part. He just likes some of it. He likes the Obi-Wan show a lot. And Episode 7 he likes a lot. What did I do? As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it.
You did sorry, thou hast what? Thou were in my room?
Let's be fair. I mean, I've been wondering how she breaks into the room, but she does literally have a key around her neck this entire time. We just kind of assumed it was for something else in the other session, but maybe it's for the door. Who knows?
What on earth do you want with me?
She's not talking to him. She's giving him the fucking coldest shoulder I've ever seen.
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again.
I think, honestly, she's not actually mad that he murdered that guy. She really just has a crush on him, is the thing. Sometimes when a woman has a crush on you, she will do some, like, cute courtship activities, such as trying to fucking poison you to death with rat poison. It's just part of, like, you know, that whole cat and mouse game that couples play in those early days. Well, you're just trying to get his attention, you know? Get his attention with some rat poison. I read that in Vogue. Ugh.
Miss Green.
Yes?
Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Oh, she's so sad.
Yes, I know.
Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
I love when the text goes really fast, like the character's talking quickly, but it's like way too long. It's way too long to all be one breath.
I do remember now. It was a week ago. Peradventure, the note was delivered unto me. The day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as far as that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspear?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord, and I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, Young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspeare's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs.
Oh my god, you can't just reveal... I guess she's pleading the fifth, man. That's fair. Hey, what's up, Nelatar? How you doing? We're still in this case. We're still in the case of the murderous Moomin. We have kind of figured out, I think, that this lady is probably the attempted murderer. It's starting to seem like she tried to poison Shamspeare by smearing poison all over the pipe that he blew into to try to gas out our defendant. It's all very confusing. It's all a web of intrigue. I'm depressed. Hey, what's up, Alulim? You still feeling depressed, huh? Fledgling will do his best.
Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth.
Did you get that dot on your face to be more like me? No, man, this just won't fucking go away. I've had a zit on my face. It's just acne. It's not even acne anymore. It's just like the remnants of it. But I've had it on my face for like 2 fucking months. I've never had acne that is this persistent. I generally don't get much acne at all, but I got this one dot here that just fucking refused to leave. It is the acne that won't die. It usually clears up on its own, so I didn't do anything about it for like the first month. And then I finally just bought like acne cream to get rid of it. And I've been hitting this sucker with it twice a day for the past like 2 weeks, and it's still there. It's like died and diminished, but it won't disappear. It's so mysterious. Maybe it's face cancer. It could be. It could have become face cancer as one last attack on me. Since it could no longer exist as a fucking zit, it decided to turn into face cancer instead and eat my face slowly from the outside in. If the next stream is like this big, worry. Definitely worry. If it turns into a fucking reverse Pac-Man going into my head, then that's a Waka Waka moment for sure. I'm a fucking power pellet at that stage. It's okay, Lulum. You couldn't do anything about my fanster.
Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel?
I'm ready, my lord.
Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
I'll get, like, kind of stubborn acne sometimes, but I've never had one like this. This one is next level. I generally am not an acne type. Even when I was in, like, high school and college, I never got horrible acne. But, it's this one's crazy, man. Usually I'll get one, like, here on the side of my head or on my forehead, and it's just really small, and it goes away in, like, 1 or 2 days. But this one is next level. This one's crazy. This one is, like, the final boss of all zits.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yes, 2 facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. She's the killer. I got bad news. Miss Green is absolutely the murderer. She's a murderess. And it's not a pretty one. That's rude. That's judgmental, Rhinosuke. Maybe you don't look that good either, huh? Huh? Just because she looks like a character from the Moomins does not mean that you could be that rude to her, Rhinosuke. Think about that.
I do remember now. It was a week ago, peradventure, that the note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
Aha. Cool.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. As far as that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Post the r/popping. It's already popped. I can't. It isn't like I didn't like pop it, but it's gone. Like when I put the cream on, it like went away. It's not like a bubble anymore. Now it's just like a spot. Now it's just like a little red spot that won't go. Being very annoying. Yeah, I never popped my zits because of that chance of like an acne scar. So I didn't pop this one. But I did use the cream. I used the cream. It turned it black as the night itself, and then it, like, the bubble part left, and now there's just the red mark. It's not too bad, though. I'm not too self-conscious about it. It's kind of small. It looks a lot more noticeable on the camera, too. One of my classmates had really bad acne that covered his full face. Oh my god. Yeah, that is rough, dude. Yeah, especially in high school, people will have, like, really bad acne sometimes. Just, like, full face. That's rough. And there's only so much you can do about it, you know? Like, you can take all the acne stuff you want, and there's only so much you could do. Like, you can only do that much. And then, if it's just bad enough, you can even, like, dry out your skin really badly and get really bad skin for the rest of your life. Just from taking the medication for acne. How's that feel? Let's press this. She wouldn't want to break into his room. It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened, except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodging.
Objection! Objection! But for what reason would the witness have done that?
I
won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
But if there was some other reason she broke into his lodging,
yes, we should pursue that idea.
We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. I just have to find something to press on. I know how she's connected, but we don't have any, like, option to present that yet. Magic markering it. No, I would never. I would never magic marker my own head. Yeah, scars can be cool. Acne scars less so. I would say the most famous Hollywood guy I could think of that had, like, really bad acne scarring, even more than Bill Murray, is Morpheus. Morpheus from The Matrix. Oh my god, dude. Lawrence Fishburne, that's his name. He has, like, just all over his face, like both cheeks, part of his forehead, just like completely riddled with acne scars. But he still looks good, you know, he looks good, but it's gotta be rough. Have that all over there. I can point out the villain here. I don't know anything about it. Let's press this. I gotta find a place to, You don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Why, this fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my wind. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh pity, wherefore dost thou accuse me, one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy. Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction thereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years. Alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine.
I am no Shakespearean actor, Mr. Zato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument
is evidence, yes.
It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamspeare's room, isn't it? It is clear, but I have nothing to press against. We have so much, though. Like, we have the guy she's connected to that lived in Mr. Garrett's place. We have her envelope piece in his room. Just a lot of it.
And that's where she found this letter.
Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying.
Terrifying?
The terrifying conclusion is that Miss Green is the attempted murderer of Shamspeare. Penelope has logged into Smash Ultimate. Are you going to date her, John? No! John, do the Shamspeare dance. That one I'm more tempted to follow through with. The Shamspeare dance did have a lot of fucking swag to it, I won't lie. He is full of himself, but after I saw that dance, I could see why. I was gonna disagree with his assertion that he's an angel, but then I saw him do his fucking sweet-ass dance. As soon as I saw him do that dance, I wasn't so confident anymore. The outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Oh my god, how much longer is this case? Ugh. Ba 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 do 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 do. It was a week ago that the note was delivered unto me. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I guess I could press this. I definitely need to press something and like get a better statement. Because I think the thing we're looking for here is the fact that she's connected to the case, right? So it's going to be either the torn end of the envelope, or it's going to be her friend with Garadeb, something that proves she would have a reason to be at the building. We don't really have anything to present evidence against right now. Let's press this sucker. Is she an orc? No, she's not an orc, Olulim. She's a human. Well, I actually don't know. I don't know that person in person. I'm pretty sure that's just somebody from Smash Sunday. I'm almost positive that's someone from Smash Sunday. Therefore, on the evening I shared with the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. Let's press that. Yeah, that is true. The actor is way less self-deprecating. The actor is the opposite. He is self-aggrandizing. Shamspear loves his acting skills. And he should have gone into dancing. He chose the wrong field, for sure. When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room.
Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not? Clearly then, you could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspear's room.
Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
You have, so far, failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at?
Okay, let's try to press about the note then, if we get an option of that. Here we go. Yeah, I can press this next. Hang on, I am gonna take a quick BRB, because I do want to refill my water real fast. We still got about 50 minutes left of this session. Hopefully that's gonna be enough time to clear the case. I'll try my best to finish this case in these final 50 minutes, but hang tight through this quick commercial break, and I will see you right on the other side for more. Alright, I'm back. I've returned. And the first thing I see is that John is not gay, he just has trouble with semen. Oh, that says women. Okay, that makes more sense. That was... You know what? There's much talk in the community about Freudian slips. That was not a Freudian slip. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, as the man himself said. But movie night tonight? I can't do movie nights. No movie nights all week, sadly. I've got no time this week. Maybe next week? Maybe next week, depending, but I've got a lot of stuff going on this week and then next week, so maybe neither. But hopefully next week, I will keep you all informed on movie night statuses. Hey, what's up, Naperman? Welcome back. How you doing? You naping up to no good? Or are you naping up to a lot of good? I can point out the villain. Let's press this. Did I just press that 2 seconds ago? I can't remember. Hold it! You don't want to tell the court the truth. Yeah, we did this. I'm just gonna try doing some evidence. Like, I might have already pressed everything. I'm just gonna try doing some evidence. He's doing his dance! Oh, yeah, dance! It's Jamsphere. He's done dancing. Don't. A lot of good? Hell yeah, Naperman. Naperman is just a sort of a selfless spirit like that, you know? I respect it. I did see that, Alulum. I saw all your fucking crazy sweet links. Alulum is at the cutting edge of pirate technologies. He fucking sails the 7 seas every day. Don't. You didn't press his first 2 statements. Oh, okay, interesting. That note was delivered unto me. Yeah, maybe I'll press that. I'll press his first statement, and then I'll start doing evidence if this doesn't bring anything. Did Terry a long hour, yet nobody came. That is actually kind of important too, though. Let's try 1.
Hold it!
I'm just getting sick of pressing all this shit. Do you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire. 'Tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own. Verily, it's impenetrable. I have a question. What's your question, Naperman? Lay it on me. Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choices be betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare, but by some small measure, acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions. Oh, Wakabi got timed out again? Wakabi, quick, /dodge! /dodge, quick! He's got to type it. He didn't type it in time. That's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate he didn't type /dodge in time. Alulum got his ass, too. You gotta be quick on the draw, Wakabi. You gotta slide at least like 1 /dodge in there before you get timed out. Otherwise, you know, Alulum's gonna sink you. Who the hell plays Ace Attorney? Honestly, a good question. Me is the answer. I fucking love these games. I'm just a sucker for mystery games in general, and this is one that's like very stylish with amazing presentations, so I'm into this series. So far, I still think the most epic mystery game I've played was that Sherlock Holmes one where he makes fun of Mexicans and goes inside of a tiny pyramid and throws a woman into a burning inferno and kills her. That game was amazing. But the Ace Attorney games are also up there. Ace Attorney games are definitely up there. That was the last thing that woman ever heard as she was fucking thrown to the flames. As she was thrown to the fucking flames. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Marry, naught will have better of me, sire, save for the cure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. Alright, I'm sick of pressing this. The note was delivered unto me. But the envelope, it belongs to Miss Green. It's Miss Green's card. Now, that's kind of weak, because they did find the corner in his place. Why would I snuck into his room? Oh, why would I... Oh, I think this is it, actually. Why would I sneak into his room? We know why she would sneak into his room. The poison. It was found in the possession of Miss Green, and it has traces of the slow-acting poison strychnine. The poison the thing. That's why. Yeah. Right?
Objection.
I think it was literally it wasn't like a rhetorical why would I? It was literally why would I do that? We have the answer to that for poison purposes. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. Oh my god. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. John, look, Wakabi wants to fuck my 8-year-old son. Wakabi! That's not a good idea, dude. What are you doing, Wakabi? That is very in character, though. That does seem like something Wakabi would attempt to do. Wakabi has been known to put his moves on, well, anything that moves, for lack of a better term. He's like the Terminator, but for sex. Yeah, Wakabi was way too slow to type slash dodge, unfortunately. He was just, a little way too slow on the draw. It's like if a turtle was a Wild West sheriff. That's Wakabi trying to type slash dodge, Like, by the time the guy got to the count of 86 out of 10, he would clear leather. He would pull that revolver, start fanning the hammer. Wakabi is strictly a hot babe enjoyer. See, that's something that me and Wakabi have in common. Me and Wakabi both just love the ladies. Although Wakabi is definitely, he takes a much different approach. He doesn't really believe in the courtship process. He just kind of just swings for the fences, man. The liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason, and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Oh my god.
Can this be?
You broke into my room to...
It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie, me!
Oh no, her whole painting set went down. Oh, she's so adorable.
Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the pipe with the intent to kill?
Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. John loves men, not the ladies, and there ain't nothing... Okay, hee-haw. No, not true. I don't love men. It's incredibly hard to deny the gay allegations without sounding homophobic. I would so much rather everybody think that I suck 12-inch black cocks than for them to even a second think that I don't support the LGBTQIA plus community. So, think what you will, I guess. I don't want to be painted as some sort of bigot or something. I think the only way you can really prove that you support the LGBTQ plus IA community is to fucking suck a dude off. If you're not even willing to do that as an ally, then have you really supported the community at that point? I'm not a gay man. I'm just an avid supporter of my, gay friends who I allow to run train on me in order to prove that I'm a strong ally, Otherwise, at that point, it's just all lip service, unless you're willing to provide lip service. You know what I'm saying? No. No, Lulum, it's not true. Don't spread misinformation. You're all spreading so much misinformation right now. You're all spreading so much fake news. Yes, my lord, there's no other way to explain the facts. He really must be gay.
But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe
Speaking of which,
that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have never happened 6 days ago. Oh, it would have happened 6 days ago.
Yeah, see, this is the timeline stuff that I don't really get because I'm dumb. So he laid the trap 6 days ago. Well, that's a very good point. No, this is easily explainable. So she poisoned the pipe 6 days ago, right? Assuming this is the day of her stabbing. But then she got stabbed. So Natsume got taken away to be a murder suspect. So for that day, he was gone. That explains the discrepancy. He couldn't have tried to blow into the pipe until Natsume was back in the room to get gassed out by him blowing into the pipe. That's a very good point. I think this isn't a very good point, but I might be dumb.
Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon?
There was a significant police presence in that area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry.
Ah, okay. So he wasn't arrested yet, but they were doing the interview to arrest him. That's why. Okay, still makes sense.
A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time.
Lord Van Zeeks.
And of course, the following morning there was more activity at Mr. Shamspear's address.
More activity? Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? Yeah, okay, so that does explain the discrepancy completely.
That's right, and the defense has already proposed. Mr. Shamspear was meddling with gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspear had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe.
His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. Yep, and then he tried to blow the pipe. He is sweating. The two people on the stand as witnesses right now are both going to jail at the end of this. There's no getting around it. Hopefully Miss Green will get off kind of late. All she did was attempted to murder a confirmed murderer. This guy is going to die, unfortunately. Mr. Shamspear is getting the death penalty because he straight up murdered and tried to kill another guy. That very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out. Mr. Shamspear was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! That's unfortunate for you, bro. Sorry, Shamspear, you're going to super jail. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. Wakabee's back, baby. Everybody say hi, Wakabee. Wakabee returned. He's done from his timeout. I did not like Riva. I don't even know who that is, Wakabee. Wakabee, you keep going on all these rants about various women that you hate, and I'm sick of it. Look how Van Zeeks' neck thing looks like a clock. Doesn't it look like a clock? It looks like the hour marks on a clock going around him. Especially the collar part, but the part of the shirt too. Oh, Riva Repulsa from Power Rangers? Okay, Wakabee, me and you are strongly in disagreement about that. Riva Repulsa makes my monster grow, as she would say. Remember when she would fucking stand on the moon and throw sticks at the planet? That shit was cash. And then the Power Rangers have to fight some big-ass fucking praying mantis? Hell yeah. Rita Repulsa owns. That's one of the best powers known to man, is making monsters grow. Yeah, Van Zeeks is still acting like a vampire for sure. He's basically some sort of clock-based vampire. I'm talking about Riva, the third sister from fucking Obi-Wan. Huh? Wakabee, what sort of fucking disturbed fanfictions are you writing where you fucking Obi-Wan somehow produces 3 sisters? What? I know that Star Wars is about magic, but that is a bridge too far, dude. I don't even think the strongest magic in space could make that a reality. I do not want to read your fanfictions anymore, sir.
To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home. Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say that letter?
Was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Oh my god.
Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me?
Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this.
You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
It's gotta be this Duncan Ross, the love of Miss Green's life, who sadly passed away a month ago as a result of gas. See, she's not that bad of a girl. Miss Green has a heart of cold, but it's cold for all the right reasons. It's because that evil Shakespeare guy murdered her boyfriend. That's not cool. You shouldn't murder somebody's boyfriend unless it's funny. Well, I guess to be fair, blowing through a tube and somehow gassing him as a result is kind of funny, a way to die.
Take that! Duncan Ross!
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garrett's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross.
I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague. Oh, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse of some sort.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. Frick word. The frick word, on the other hand, is a curse. If that was in this game, he would not be able to say this line with clean conscience, because that is one of the most devious curses of all time. Some would argue that it's a racial slur, but I don't know if I'd go that far. Sup, all? Yo, what's up, Word Classic? Welcome back. I think you're here in time for the grand finale of this case, to be honest. I think we got the murderer pinned down. Both murderers pinned down. I love my dog. Aw. Yeah, that's a good sentiment to have. That's a likable character trait. I also love my dog. She's cool. She's actually dumb and fat, but she's still cool in her own way. It wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple.
Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds. The real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story has lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten it. You mean you? Duncan was.
Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé.
Fiancé?
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Hey, Wakabi, how's your day going? Nice to see you. STFU, Alulum. That was a good conversation. Get his ass, Wakabi. What I respect about Wakabi is that he goes straight for the jugular. He does not mess around. He does not waste any time pussyfooting around. He gets right to the meat of the issue, and he creates the issue. This is who I am talking about. https://media.discordapp/net/attachment/413480932067246117. I don't know who that is, Wakabi. I got bad news. I don't know who that is. But she sounds like a robot based on that name. She knows who you are all along, because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Mary!
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison all over the end of the gas pipe? It's a fucking link! Oh, okay. Which game was it from? Is that like from Oracle of Seasons? I didn't play that one. Was it from Majora's Mask? Why do you hate Link so much? What did he ever do to you, and how is he the third sister? That makes no sense. Wakabi, your fucking comments are way more mysterious than this game could ever hope to be. This game's mystery don't hold a fucking candle to the shit you say on a regular basis. In order to enact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison all over the end of the gas pipe? I like how she stands on a box. That's really funny. She stands on a giant ass box to get over that bench.
This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in understanding that you now accuse both parties? Each on different counts of murder?
Not enough poison. Apparently not enough poison. Apparently not enough poison was applied. Yeah, I still don't understand how this dude didn't die if he just like ate an entire mouthful of rat poison. But Remix did say earlier that rat poison isn't actually fatal. This game disagrees though. It says you'll die 30 minutes after ingesting it. That's the part I don't get. Well, this is like a stretch. But no, that wouldn't make any sense actually, because he blows into it at night. I was gonna say maybe like something about the tea had medicinal properties that he drank that the guy brought from Japan. But that was an entire like 12 hours later, at least, if not 24, and not right up on 24. And we know that it takes only 30 minutes for it to take effect, so I don't know why it didn't kill him. I have no idea about that so far. Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded.
What?
Why would Mr. Shamspear have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusations against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies.
You'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir.
Oh, sorry, this is her.
You'll have to forgive me, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows by the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. You didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe. What was your reason? She doesn't know.
I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
Sorry.
You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman. But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. Our whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire.
Oh, okay. So she didn't have any key for anyone.
Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman.
We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Oh no, Alulim just logged on to Smash, bro. Alulim is about to try to take Wakabi to Pound Town as we speak.
Eh?
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it?
Yes.
Oh my god.
This rather nice key.
Oh my god, Shamspear is losing it, dude.
What are you doing with that?
So interesting, the key does not go to the box. We all kind of just assumed that the key went to the box, but the key is for something else. Bum, 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 bum. What the? Or, I don't know.
Every ounce of color is drained from his face. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine.
Oh, it's mine. I inherited it.
What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? No, What's all this about? He inherited that key? It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something that precious from me, so I took something precious from you.
Oh, sick burn, Miss Green. We're doing this tomorrow for Smash Sunday. Oh my god, are you crazy? That's a great idea. You and Alulim can have like a fucking... You can have like a headliner fight. The Alulim versus Wakapi 1v1. I'm down for that. I would gladly spectate in Alulim versus Wakapi 1v1. That would be a godlike fucking match.
The key goes to the treasure!
Yeah, probably, right? The key probably goes to that treasure that's still squirreled away somewhere. That's what he means by he inherited it. That guy used to be his cellmate, the one who died on death row, gave him the key as like his last thing ever, and told him where the treasure was. And ever since then, Shamspear's been trying to find like the way into the treasure. That's gotta be what it is.
So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute. Give it to me.
Calm yourself, witness!
So Mr. Shamspear has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear, at first, but considering everything we know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspear's alleged crime?
I think it's probably gonna have to be the capital offenders file. It says he died in prison and his final moments were witnessed only by his cellmates. Let's try that.
That's an official police report, is it not?
The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that?
Selden?
The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this, certainly.
A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. There's some 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. That's a fucking heavy-ass loot, bro. I'm surprised that shit's not crashing through the floor, dog. You got a fucking elephant-ass weight treasure just hiding in a second-story floor? That shit's crazy. I wonder what it is. I bet it's the cat. The great secret is that his hidden treasure was the friendship that they had made in prison the whole time. That would be the most beautiful ending to this whole case, if the guy opens the secret treasure and it's just a beautiful red rose.
Ah, yes, of course.
A really fucking heavy rose, though. That heavy rose is made of like fucking space titanium or some shit. Because that shit weighs 1,000 fucking pounds. That shit weighs almost as much as Wakapi's big ass mom. Almost weighs as much as her fucking big tits.
Ah, yes, of course. It's going back to me now. It's written in this file here.
1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. 1,000 of loot, you American oaf, and then you put like a weird crawling caterpillar emote next to 1,000. What the fuck does that mean? Caterpillar emote 1,000 of loot. Huh? It's like a fucking earthworm emote. I've never seen that emoji before, but you can't use other channels' emojis in my chat. You got blocked. You know the rules. Waze almost says, come on, why you gotta roast Miss Green? She didn't do anything wrong. All she did was attempt to murder somebody with rat. Is that really such a crime? Then lock me up and throw away the key, because I've done that to several of my enemies. It seems one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
You mean this key is...
Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
What are you talking about? This is a false charge, I tell you. A false charge.
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodging?
There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden had hid his loot. Oh my god, that's the fucking mic drop right there, dude. Naruto-sama just dropped the fucking hammer on these dudes.
So, it all comes out.
Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent efforts start to make perfect sense.
When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garridub's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of choice.
Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross.
Oh.
Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room.
However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Soseki Natsumi, the defendant of this case, no less.
So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. That is avaricious as fuck, bro. Mr. fucking Shamspear is really murdering everybody over $1,000? I honestly feel like he's very short-sighted. If this dude were to, like, sell his patented ice coins to other lodgers who have to pay for gas, he could make a pretty penny. Like, it would still be a crime, but it would be a much lesser crime if he got caught. Like, they said it costs a tuppence to turn on your gas. A couple, three tuppences or some shit. If he sold his fake coins for 2 tuppences, he could make a fucking pretty penny pretty fast. He could expand that into a whole criminal business empire. If you just moved from ice to, like, clay or something, you could make a ton of fake coins and sell them to people. I'm just saying, he was short-sighted. He was, like, smart, but he wasn't smart enough to think that far ahead, I guess. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. I guess they still would have to be ice because of the whole, what do you call it? Melting part of the plan. But you see what I mean. He could have sold fake coins and made a lot of money.
Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Yeah, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspear.
I don't want to know where he was storing that key in prison. I really do not want to know the answer to that question.
It's mine.
What did he just say?
It's mine. That loot is mine.
Oh my god. He's looking particularly mentally stable at the moment. Mentally untouchable. Mr. Shamspear?
It's all lies.
I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen?
They're not buying it anymore.
If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it. Do you really think I'd just give up?
There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty. Man, what gave you that idea? What gave you that idea, dude? Naruhodo is a fucking Herlock Sholmes of himself at this point. That was a godlike deduction.
But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot.
Man, what the fuck is this? Yeah, it's getting weird. This is getting quite strange now. I can't believe that this case has not ended. He's just saying, no, I didn't. And that's his entire defense. Just let my boy be not guilty. I don't have to prove this guy's guilty. He does want the One Piece. I have to admit that, this inmate did in fact leave his treasure all in one piece. Gotta go, gotta go. Yo ho ho, he took a bite of gum gum and such. And that intro was so banger. Thing about One Piece is I never watched it as a kid, but I saw it like once at a friend's sleepover, and that intro is fucking godlike. That fucking stupid 4Kids rap intro, so good. Iconic. I bet it holds up to this very day too. They should make a mod that replaces this game's soundtrack with that song on loop.
I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't give it up, Mr. Naruhodo.
There is a way.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish it.
No! Don't finish him!
He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first.
A fine plan, were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. I know how! Herlock Sholmes' super magic fingerprint machine.
This is the final piece in this complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden.
Gabago, gabago.
My lord, now I have the fucking stupid 4Kids One Piece song stuck in my head.
Yes, counsel.
The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. He's just nervously doing his dance while he wears the fucking Amulet of Kings. You think I wouldn't notice that in the middle right that you took the Amulet of Kings from Oblivion and just slapped that model in here? I picked up on that. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. I get it, dude, it's the fingerprints.
Very well, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the loot?
We're gonna finish this case. We have only 3 minutes till the end of the stream, but we're finishing the fucking case. Follow the stream if you want to see more. Exclamation point Discord gets you the link to the Discord. I will be back tomorrow for more, 4 p.m. Central. We do 4 to 9 Central, Thursdays through Sundays. But we're finishing this fucking case, because my god, it's so long. I want it to be done with. Handprints on the wall. Yeah, we're finishing this for sure. We've gotta. Tomorrow will be Smash Sunday, 4 p.m. sharp. Don't miss it.
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings.
That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title?
I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Good, you used his own name as a put-down. Good job.
Yeah! Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah, 'tis Herlock Sholmes himself. Our voices are too similar. What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not?
They definitely are. Hang on 1 second. I'm just making sure I'm on my OBS capture.
Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. But Mr. Sholmes,
He does know Lord Van Zeeks then. Well enough to say something like that in any case.
Mr. Sholmes! Though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population accused at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
I'm pretty sure it does. Yeah, this is the motherfucker show me right here. He pulled up to help us in our hour of need. I did do that. I did do that, Sausage Toast, but don't spread the word, because nobody gets to know. How else was I supposed to be fucking Magnets Carlson, dude? He uses fucking magnets in his ass to cheat. How is this any different? How do you think he got that nickname?
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord.
Yes, his name is actually Herlock Sholmes in this, and what's funny is that I was told in Japanese they just straight up called him Sherlock Holmes. Straight up. But in this one, the English release, they were afraid of getting fucking sued by the Conan Doyle estate because the guy who wrote Sherlock Holmes, his estate is like notoriously litigious. They will sue you if you use their character incorrectly, so they just swapped around the letters. They just straight up swapped around the letters so they wouldn't get sued.
My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activity. You need only a small sample of something the individual had previously touched to make it indicate a solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time?
Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. Convict was arrested. He was living in what's now Soseki-san's room. The key! The key! That was the we know for a fact he held it because he was given it as the final one piece. Gabago, gabago. Oh, in the room. Oh shit, I actually don't know then. Teacup? No, because that doesn't... It's gotta be the key. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what's now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? I'm gonna go out on a big fucking limb. I'm gonna go out on a big limb, and we're presenting a person. We're gonna present Olive Green and her big key. Because we need something of Selden's that we know for a fact he touched, and Selden Ring lived in Natsume's room, which we really didn't get access to in this case. So I'm gonna go out on a big limb. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create an indicator solution? Miss Green! Yeah, Zachary Rocks knew. It's gotta be. Miss Green!
But me? What do you want with me?
The key around your neck. She is. That's the key to the whole solution. She's secretly Mexican all along. Yeah, the Shamspear Estate, I don't know what they were thinking when they didn't change that name, dude. The Shamspear Estate will demand at least 1,000 pounds of loot in exchange for this guy's appearing in the game. The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? The key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface. What skin? Very true. So true, King. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' Prince Secret. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Ad break, no. That's the worst. Zachary Rocks got so fucked over by the ads. Let's go. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room.
Mr. Shamspeare is one great detective to another, I assure you. If the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodging, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Ugh. So, Mr. Shamspeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. Oog, oog, arg! In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No, give the key to me. The detective shan't have it.
It's over, Mr. Shamspeare.
No, no!
You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt.
Whoa. Oh, shameful spear. Despair.
Why is there confetti? Oh, it's his jewels popping.
Be thy name.
R.I.P. Shamspeare. R.I.P. to a real one. Godspeed, Shamspeare.
Oh,
his little hat is gone.
I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all.
So, you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods?
Honestly, there were way easier ways to do this, dude.
You had a knack for making molds. You could have just got a mold of the dude's key and gone into his apartment when he was at home one time.
Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused.
Why?
I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing.
Mr. Garrett really has had to put up with a lot.
And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume.
She did it again. She said the same thing.
What unfortunate timing. Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And, if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot.
Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room.
Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shamspeare, how does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. Ooh, that is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Damn, dude, Olive Green is fucking savage for that one. That was a sick one-liner, Olive.
Oog.
Poor Shamspeare, dude. He never meant to kill nobody. Honestly, he could have just, like, waited till they left the room and searched it, but he was so extra that he didn't even think of that. He had to think of some crazy plot involving blowing gas into their room. He just had to. It was in his nature. He couldn't take the simple way out.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. All right, then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. He was gonna leave of his own fucking accord because of the convict's curse, and then dude still murdered him because he didn't know.
There are spare rooms in my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, fell victim to the gas. only I'd known it was gonna happen, I'd have insisted that it left a horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house.
Poor Miss Green, dude. She's so dead. Make your MC have a southern accent or SpongeBob. Okay, sounds good. Next time he fucking talks. He hasn't been talking for like 8 minutes now. I'll do it anyway. I'm not supposed to do it if it's the protagonist, but I'll do it because we're about to wrap up anyway, so it won't be too long. The main reason I don't do the MC is because it's really hard to do like a different voice for that long, but he isn't even talking much, so it's fine.
I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grubb's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him. Sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed. The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. That room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
Hell yeah, I have a stay of execution. Woo! That's what I've been waiting for. Unlike William Shakespeare, I will not be brutally murdered this week.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse?
Ah, so she talked to Natsume. That's how she knew it. Damn it! Only till Monday? Rats. Oh well, it's still a 2-day stay of execution.
Then I remembered. A rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Ah, you mean...
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. It just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this, one of those black markets in the East End.
Black market? See, he has a southern accent now, too. Now this whole game just fucking moved to Mississippi instead. Moved to fucking southern Texas.
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about it. And can you really buy anything you could think of there? In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined.
So she bought the poison on the black market even though it's just rat poison? That makes less sense than stealing it from the hospital.
I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait.
If Mr. Shakespeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. That's a really good trap, Olive. You're smart. Good job, Olive. That's like a jigsaw trap, except she didn't tell him his choice. Yeah, I guess the hospital just had giant rats for fun. Just because it was like a level 1 RuneScape area, I suppose. I thought that was a clue. I legitimately thought that was a clue. The fact that the hospital had rats running around.
I found out the name of the man I suspect, William Shakespeare. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. You don't know who I am, but I know who you are. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that he would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shakespeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away, so I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done. and that the culprit would get his just desserts.
Olive Green, you're so evil for that one, bro.
That's messed up.
Just because he murdered your fiance/boyfriend husband, you want him to die? That's a little toxic. That's a toxic trait, Olive. That's what's known as cancel culture, if you ask me. She couldn't just live and let murder? That's just immature. She's got a lot of growing up to do.
3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dark before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Oh yes. See, I didn't forget. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were.
Eye for an eye, fiance for murderer. Yeah, I guess that's a trade. I guess that's kind of a trade. I hope she doesn't get executed, though. At least just let her off with assault or a battery or something, you know, a lesser charge. It's definitely at least attempted murder. She's going away for a long time.
Miss Green,
Yes, my lord?
you will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah, yes?
Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
Ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle? I almost forgot for a split second.
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Sure. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. That is true. If she wasn't here, we wouldn't have been able to solve it. She had very important testimony and evidence.
Oh,
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Aw, poor Miss Green. She's going to prison forever.
because of you, I chose life, not death. Life in prison. And now you made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough.
Aw.
Oh, Miss Green!
Mr. Soseki Natsume! Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
We are in full agreement, my lord.
In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty!
Woo! Finally. I can't believe that case is finally fucking over. God damn. That shit was so long. Good job, everybody, sticking with it, because my god, I barely could. That was absurdly fucking long.
Court is adjourned!
So just to recap, Natsume was almost killed by Shamspeare blowing gas into his room to suffocate him, at which point he was poisoned by the poison that Miss Green left on the pipe, just in case he was trying to kill people, which he was, so she saved Mr. Natsume's life in the process. And then she fell into a coma by having a knife randomly fall out of the sky and drop into her back, and while she was in the coma, the guy ingested the poison, which is why she was never a suspect. And then when she woke up, the murder trial was underway for the attempted murder of Shamspeare. What I don't understand, and what was never explained, is how the fuck he didn't die of the rat poison. He did ingest the rat poison by sucking on the pipe, but he just didn't die. He was just fine.
Court is adjourned!
How the fuck did he live? I don't get it. No, I don't get it. Nope. 23rd February, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey. It's almost 9:24 p.m., man. I'm so far over time now. I'll go to the end of this little scene in case there's like a wrap-up, but then we're definitely ending the stream regardless of what happens next.
Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done.
I guess it's possible. It's possible for sure. Alvera said there was not enough poison. Because, like, she's not an expert, right? She's not like a killer. She's just a random artist who happened to want revenge, so she just bought poison off the black market. She didn't know what she was doing, so it's possible she just didn't pick a strong enough poison or enough poison. I guess. If they don't explain any further, I guess that must be what it is. Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. Sick burn, Sholmes. Sholmes says, shave that neckbeard. Remember, everybody, shave that neckbeard. That's John's advice for today.
No, this has nothing to do with my mustache.
Could have faded over time? Possible. Knockout poison? Possible. Yeah, it was just like a sleep drug. I don't know. I guess they just are gonna leave it up to the imagination. I don't know how poison works, so maybe it does go away over time. Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. He did say that. He did say that it would evaporate. I don't know if he was referring to the tea or the poison, but yeah, he did say about evaporation. So maybe just most of it evaporated and there was enough to just put him down for a little while.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Once again, you've saved me from doom.
I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. Yeah, I can understand why this guy went back to Japan now. In the first game, I was like, that's kind of, that's kind of a rush. He got falsely accused of one crime and he flees the country. He got accused of 2 murders in like 5 days. I would have also got the fuck out of the country. I don't care what country I was in.
I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. For the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's been hiding from me behind the wall of fog.
My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences.
Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was so attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we all humans have the same hopes and fears. We're just doing our best to live.
Well said. I've come to feel the same way. Not me. I still in real life have not learned the lesson of this game. This game is trying to teach you a deep and valuable lesson, which is that British people are human and deserve human rights. And I feel like that's a bridge too far. This game is trying to like push this really strong political message at me that I should respect the British. I'm not buying it, man. I'm just still not buying it to this very day. I don't know. This game is like really trying to tug at my heartstrings, but I got a heart of stone when it comes. I'm so set in my ways. They're going to have to try harder than that to make me feel that way.
I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan.
You respect me, right, John? Absolutely not. I am constantly on edge, fearing the attack. Being around a British person is like being around a wild animal. You never know what's gonna snap, It's like a chimpanzee. It might act, friendly and like human-like for a while, but then eventually it rips your face and or groin off. That's just like, it's in the nature of the beast, So this game has not changed my mind at all in that sense. This game is gonna have to try harder than that. Sherlock Sholmes is like so far the most compelling. If by the end of the game, Sherlock Sholmes hasn't betrayed me and tried to bite my head off, maybe this game can cure me of my anti-British racism. But we'll see. I mean, that's
That's for a much later stream, I guess, based on how long this fucking case is. That's gonna be about 8 months from now we finally finish this game.
I'm gonna cut short my study tour here and return to Japan.
What? Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. It does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. Novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature? How wonderful.
Oh, well, no. I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature.
Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache.
I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best.
After all, you have once again emerged victorious.
From a battle with the Reaper.
Ah, that's very true.
And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
I feel like this game is building up to Natsume getting murdered, and I would be so sad.
My goodness, yes. Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it.
Oh, objection! Oh, that's funny. He's trying to convince everybody he wasn't being a baby and running away. Poor British. Yeah, the British catch a lot of flack from me personally. The British evoke a lot of my ire. They don't really do that much to deserve it, but rest assured, they're just lulling you into a false sense of security. And that was the case we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Toseki-san did indeed no way! Returned to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to hang on a second. Guys, I don't want to alarm you, but Sir Toastman is online right now. Sir Toastman is online, but we're rating him. We're rating Sir Toastman when the stream ends. Hang on a second. We'll finish this little chapter, but... just prepare for the raid. Prepare for the incoming raid, because we're almost out of time. So Seki did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. Aha! So Mikotoba knows him too now. Oh god, Natsume is getting way too wrapped up in this fucking web of intrigue. And barely any time later, Suzato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. How the fuck does she ride all the way back to Japan on the back of a fucking telegram? That's some Aladdin shit, dude. That's some fucking flying carpet shit. Could you imagine how hard it would be to balance on the back of a goddamn telegram across the ocean? I would never take the Mikotoba Express to Japan. Hell no. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Oh my god, what a fucking cliffhanger! No, I can't cliffhang on this! What? That's crazy. Okay, next week. Next Saturday, we're gonna find out what the fuck they were hiding. Next week. We're all done for today. But next week, we will, in fact, find out what happens. Why the loot was so fucking important. Hope y'all enjoyed the stream. As always, I stream Thursdays through Sundays, 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time. And I'm all out of time for today, so I gotta go work on some shit. I will start a raid real fast to raid fucking Sir Toastman, because he's online, so give me a second here. Feel free to join the raid if you want to. /raid Sir Toastman. 1v1s? I'm sorry, I can't tonight. I'm super busy. So I've got no time. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed the Ace Attorney stream, and we'll be back for more Ace Attorney action next Saturday. I'm so invested. I'm enjoying this game so much so far. It's really fun. It has been literally half flashback and half Suzato case. We haven't even like played as the main character in the modern timeline. But hey, I'm into it. It's been fun so far. I'll catch y'all later for more. Hope y'all enjoyed the stream. Let's raid Sir Toastman, and then I will end the stream right away. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Feel free to talk to me in the Discord about other stuff. But yeah, as far as the stream stuff goes, no movie night tonight. More streams tomorrow. Peace.